Welcome to Cozy Vintage Studio. Tonight, you'll rest in a 1940s bookshop, while rain whispers against the windows and a soft voice reads you gentle stories until you fall asleep. I'm the shopkeeper, a quiet man who believes every book holds a secret meant to be heard aloud. Outside, the streets glisten beneath gaslight. Inside, the world slows to the rhythm of rain and turning pages. It's strange how our minds wander at night, full of noise, yet seeking calm. So what if the cure for restlessness lies not in silence, but in stories whispered through old paper? What do forgotten books dream of when no one reads them? Tonight, we'll find out through tales of love, patience, and second chances. You'll hear about a gardener who waited for spring, a pair of teacups that survived a war, and a stranger who returns to listen once more. Let the sound of rain guide you deeper into stillness. Breathe slowly. Somewhere in the distance, a lamp hums, and a page waits to be turned. The first raindrops arrived before the lamps flickered on. They traced uncertain paths down the glass, trembling as though deciding whether to stay or slide away. I stood behind the counter, listening to the city settle into its nightly rhythm, horses clattering somewhere distant, a door closing across the street, a woman laughing before vanishing under an umbrella. The sound of rain always softened everything, like a record played at half speed. It blurred the sharp edges of the day until only warmth remained. I lit the amber lamp near the window, its glow pooling over a stack of books I'd been meaning to shelve since morning. Titles about journeys, confessions, and unkept promises waited patiently, their pages curling ever so slightly from age and humidity. The air smelled faintly of dust, ink, and the first clean breath after rain begins. I often thought the shop itself sighed at moments like this, grateful to be alive, grateful for the shelter it offered. Outside, the cobblestones shimmered. Inside, silence unfolded like a heavy coat being removed. I unlocked the door, even though no one was likely to come in at such an hour. Still, habit demanded that I open the shop at dusk, no matter the weather. It was my small ritual against loneliness. Light the lamp, turn the sign, and wait. The bell above the door gave a single metallic sigh as it swung open, though the street beyond was empty. The sound lingered longer than it should have, echoing faintly through the aisles. I smiled to myself. The wind, I thought, it loves to play tricks. My father used to say a bookshop without voices is a church without prayers. He meant that words need air, that paper longs for sound. Perhaps that's why I read aloud each night, even when no one comes. The books, I think, listen back. I reached for the small kettle on the iron stove and poured water into a chipped mug. Steam curled upward, mingling with the soft perfume of old paper. Outside, thunder grumbled like a sleepy beast. I opened the first book of the evening, a slim collection of letters written by soldiers who never made it home. Their handwriting looped across yellowed pages like vines clinging to stone. I read one aloud. My voice sounded older than I remembered, a little worn around the edges, but steady. The letter spoke of a locket, of a promise to return, of the scent of rain before departure. As I spoke, the shop seemed to listen. The shelves leaned closer, the floor creaked as if shifting to hear better. Halfway through the letter, a faint click startled me. The front door, which I had left ajar, drifted open just enough for a gust of cold air to slip in. The bell chimed once, bright, questioning. I turned, expecting no one, and yet for a heartbeat, I imagined a figure standing there, hat dripping, eyes searching the dim corners of the shop. No one entered, only rain filled the threshold. I crossed to the door, pushed it wider, and looked out. The street was empty, save for a puddle reflecting the lamp above me. It trembled with each raindrop, like a tiny heartbeat. I closed the door gently, turned the sign to open, and whispered, "You may come in, whoever you are." Back at the counter, I resumed reading. The letter ended with a line that stayed in my chest longer than it should have. "If you find this, know that waiting can be its own kind of love." I traced the words with my finger, feeling their quiet weight. A sudden hiss from the kettle pulled me back. I poured a second mug, though I didn't know why. Perhaps the idea of another cup made the night feel less lonely. The steam fogged the window, blurring the rain into a silver haze. I drew a small circle on the glass with my fingertip, a portal of clarity in a world gone soft. Through it, I could just make out the lamplight trembling across wet stone. Sometimes, when the night is young and the rain steady, the world beyond the door feels almost erased. The only reality that remains is the one made of shelves, paper, and the low murmur of my voice. That's when I begin to imagine that every book in here is part of a single, endless conversation. Some speak of courage, others of loss, some of quiet mornings and the taste of coffee shared between strangers. Each voice waits its turn, each hopes to be remembered. The lights flickered once, twice. The draft slipped between the aisles, carrying the faint scent of lavender and wet wool. My pulse quickened. Someone was here. "Good evening," I called softly. The rain answered, tapping faster against the panes. No reply came. I stepped around the counter, passing the table stacked with poetry, the shelf labelled Letters and Lives, and there, near the back, a hat lay abandoned on a chair, dark felt, rain dampened, as though someone had left it only seconds ago. I glanced toward the far aisle. Nothing but shadows and spines gleaming faintly in the lamplight, yet the air carried the unmistakable warmth of another presence, like the moment before someone speaks your name. I lifted the hat, water droplets sliding from its brim. "You forgot something," I murmured. My voice sounded uncertain, almost reverent. I placed the hat on the counter beside the untouched second cup of tea. Two small proofs that solitude can be mistaken. The clock on the wall ticked louder than usual, as if counting the space between words. I sat down, opened another book, one of short stories this time, and began to read again, slowly, deliberately, as though whoever had come in might still be listening from the shadows. Each sentence felt alive. The words seemed to breathe in rhythm with the rain. Somewhere in the back of the shop, a floorboard sighed. I kept reading. When I looked up, the lamp by the door flickered once more. The flame leaned toward the window, toward the night, and I had the distinct impression that something or someone was waiting just beyond the glass. The bell above the door stirred, though the air was still. It swayed once, then stilled itself, leaving only its faint echo trembling through the quiet. I smiled, setting my book aside. "Very well," I whispered to the rain. "You may listen too." I took the second cup, still warm, and placed it beside the lamp. Steam rose, caught the light, and vanished into air that suddenly felt alive with expectation. Some nights, beginnings announce themselves softly. This was one of them. Outside, the storm gathered strength. Inside, the story waited for its listener. I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes for a heartbeat, and thought I heard footsteps between the shelves. Slow, deliberate, careful not to disturb the dust. Then came the faint rustle of a page turning. Though I hadn't moved, I opened my eyes. The cup across from me was no longer steaming. The rain fell harder, and I knew the night had only just begun. When the bell rang again, it did so without hurry, the soft chime that seemed to fold itself into the rhythm of the rain. I had been reshelving a few novels near the window, letting my mind drift between lines of ink and the whisper of water outside. The sound startled me, just enough to spill a few dried petals from a forgotten bookmark. I brushed them away, straightened my vest, and turned. A man stood at the threshold, haloed by mist. His coat glistened under the lamplight, the brim of his hat lowered to hide his eyes. Behind him, the street dissolved into rain and shadows. For a moment, he didn't speak, neither did I. The silence was not awkward, but expectant, as though both of us sensed we were entering a story already in progress. "Come in," I said finally. My voice felt quieter than usual, softened by the hour. "You'll catch a chill out there." He nodded once and stepped inside. Closing the door gently behind him, the bells sighed again, one note, long and weary. I could smell the wet wool of his coat, the faint scent of tobacco and rain on leather gloves. When he removed his hat, a strand of silver hair clung to his forehead. He couldn't have been more than 50, though the night made him seem older. "I saw your light," he said. His voice was low, uncertain. "Didn't expect a shop to be open this late." "It's rarely open," I admitted, smiling. "But the books grow restless if no one reads them." "Sit, please. The kettle's warm." He hesitated, glancing around. The shop glowed like a secret golden lamps, shelves leaning with the weight of stories, the soft hum of the rain pressing against glass. At last he removed his gloves and joined me near the counter. I poured tea into the extra cup I had prepared earlier, the one that waited for a stranger I hadn't known would come. "Perfect timing," I said, handing it to him. "The first pour always tastes like patience." He accepted it carefully, the steam fogging his glasses. "You read aloud here," he said. "I heard your voice from the street." I nodded. Old habit. Words sound lonelier when left on the page. He smiled faintly, then looked toward the shelves nearest the stove. "Any of them yours?" "Only the dust," I said, and he laughed softly, a quick, warm sound that lingered longer than the echo deserved. It filled the shop in the same way light fills a glass jar. Slowly, beautifully, almost shyly, for a while we sat without words. The rain grew heavier, striking the awning with a rhythm like a slow heartbeat. The kettle whispered its approval, releasing another curl of steam. The man took a sip of tea and closed his eyes briefly, as though tasting a memory. "What do you read on nights like this?" he asked. "Whatever finds me first," I replied. Books have their own sense of timing. I reached behind me and pulled down a slender volume bound in green cloth. Its title was Fading, The Quiet Heart. I hadn't opened it in years, but its spine had been calling to me all evening. I placed it on the table between us and let it fall open on its own. The pages parted near the middle to a story called The Gardener's Promise. "Would you like to hear it?" He nodded once, setting his cup down carefully, the porcelain clicking against the wood. like a small, polite applause. I began to read. The words were simple, the kind that fall easily into the air and stay there. It told of a gardener who planted seeds during the last autumn before the war. His neighbors mocked him, said the soil was too poor, that frost would claim everything, but he planted anyway, believing that patience was a kind of courage. As I spoke, I felt the rhythm of the rain align with the rhythm of the story. Outside, the street lamps blurred into halos. Inside, the man leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the pages as if he could see the garden blooming there. The story reached the part where spring returned, where the first shoots of green broke through the earth, long after the gardener was gone, and in that moment, something in the stranger's face shifted. His jaw tightened, his hands folded. "You've heard it before," I guessed quietly. He shook his head. "No, but it feels familiar." A small silence grew between us, deep and kind. I let it rest there. Some words, I've learned, are best left unspoken until the listener is ready to meet them. The rain softened, as if giving space for thought. I closed the book gently, sliding my hand across its worn cover. "That's enough for now," I said. The man looked up. "Why stop there?" "Because stories, like rain, should fall in intervals. Too much at once, and you lose the scent of them." He smiled again, more fully this time, and glanced toward the door. "You've got a strange way of running a shop." "I prefer to think of it as tending a garden," I said. "Some seeds bloom late." He rose, placing a few coins on the counter though. I hadn't asked for payment. "Keep it," I told him. "Come back instead. I'll read you another story. Perhaps I will." He hesitated, putting on his gloves again. "There's comfort in your voice. Feels like home sounds when you're far from it." Before I could reply, he opened the door. The bell gave a bright little tremor, and the rain greeted him eagerly. He turned back once, hat in hand. "Do you always wait for someone to listen?" "Always," I said, "though sometimes it's the rain that answers first." He smiled, a small, grateful thing, and stepped into the night. The door closed with a whisper. I stood there, listening to the echo of his footsteps fade into the rhythm of falling water. The empty chair still held his shape in its cushion, and his cup sat half full beside the lamp. I didn't move it. The scent of tea and damp wool lingered, the quiet proof of company briefly found. I returned to my stool, reopened The Quiet Heart, and read the last line of the story to myself. Some gardens never stop growing. They simply wait for the next soul to see them bloom. Outside, thunder rolled distantly, soft as memory. I looked toward the window, expecting nothing more than my own reflection in the glass. But there, for just a heartbeat, I thought I saw him standing across the street, watching the shop through the curtain of rain. Then lightning flashed, white and brief, and he was gone. Only the puddles remained, trembling under the lamplight. I exhaled, closed the book, and reached for the kettle again. The water had cooled. As I refilled it, a quiet thought rose inside me, half hope, half certainty. He would return. People rarely forget where warmth lives. The bell above the door swayed once, in the draught, though no one entered. I smiled to myself and whispered into the empty air, until the next chapter then, and somewhere deep within the shelves, a single page turned on its own. After the stranger left, the shop seemed to breathe differently. The air grew stiller, the rain steadier, and the clock's ticking returned to its unhurried beat. I could still sense the warmth from the cup he had held. The handle retained the faintest trace of his touch. It was a small, quiet proof that I hadn't imagined him, that my words had found a listener. The books too seemed satisfied, their silence now calm rather than longing. I moved among the aisles, straightening volumes by instinct more than need. The lamp's amber glow slid over the bindings like a painter's brush. The quiet heart remained open on the counter, its story lingering in the air like the scent of tea. I closed it gently, feeling the texture of its cloth cover beneath my fingertips. The edges were frayed, but the spine still held strong. I admired that, the endurance of something meant to be handled, read, and remembered. When I returned to the front window, the street had emptied completely. The rain blurred the outlines of buildings, softening the world into watercolor. I pressed my palm against the cool glass and let my reflection merge with the night. For a moment, I imagined the stranger walking somewhere under that same downpour, his collar raised, my words echoing faintly beside him. Perhaps he was repeating the story in his mind, turning its meaning over, like a coin in his pocket. I hoped so. I turned away, lit another lamp, and opened a drawer near the register. Inside lay a small bundle of folded papers, tied with a faded blue ribbon. They weren't part of the shop's collection. They were mine, letters written years ago, though never sent. Some were addressed to no one, some to people long gone, and one to a woman I had once loved, but hadn't seen since before the war. Every autumn, I told myself I'd throw them away. Every autumn, I untied the ribbon instead. I sat at the counter, the kettle murmuring nearby, and unfolded the topmost page. The ink had browned with time. The words tilted slightly upward, as though reaching for something beyond the edge of the paper. It was a love letter, though written more like a prayer. I began to read it aloud, not to anyone in particular, but because it felt wrong to let the words fade in silence. My voice filled the space slowly, weaving through the shelves like smoke. You once told me that love is what remains when time runs out. I didn't understand then. I thought love was the beginning of things, a spark, a promise, but now I see it's what stays after everything else ends. If these words ever reach you, know that they are not for forgiveness, but for remembrance. As the last line left my lips, I realized I was trembling slightly. The sound of my own voice felt both foreign and familiar, like a melody hummed in another lifetime. I placed the letter beside the kettle and exhaled, letting the steam soften the edges of my thoughts. Outside, the rain shifted from steady to delicate, a thin silver curtain. The rhythm matched my heartbeat, slow, then quick, then slow again. In the corner, the cat that sometimes visited, a small grey creature from the alley, appeared as quietly as a dream. It brushed against the door before stepping in, its fur damp and glistening. I left the door ajar for it. Everyone deserves a refuge. It shook itself once, yawned and curled beneath the nearest chair. Its purring blended with the rain, a duet of small comforts. I took another letter from the stack. This one wasn't mine. It had fallen from an old poetry book I'd bought at an estate sale years ago, written in careful cursive by someone named Eleanor. I never learned who she was, but the letter had a tenderness that stayed with me. To whomever finds this, I hope you read it on a rainy night. I hope the sound of water outside feels like forgiveness. I left behind a story I never finished, but perhaps you will finish it for me. There was a man who owned a bookshop, and he believed that love like books, never truly ends. It just changes shelves. I smiled, despite myself. The coincidence was too perfect, too kind. I read her words again, slower this time, tasting their rhythm. The rain answered in soft applause against the window. It was then I noticed a faint light shift near the back of the shop. The small reading lamp I'd left unlit earlier now glowed, steady and calm. I hadn't touched it. The air around it seemed warmer, almost golden. I walked toward it, the floorboards creaking in quiet greeting. A single book lay open on the table beneath the lamp. I recognized it immediately. A treasury of letters and lives. I hadn't placed it there. The page displayed a story I had never read. Though I knew the handwriting wasn't printed, someone had written it in the margins, in pencil, long ago. It began simply, "For the one who reads aloud when no one listens." I traced the line with my thumb. The pencil marks were soft, nearly fading. I wondered if the stranger had found it earlier and left it for me, or perhaps it had been waiting for this exact night, for this exact hour. I sat down at the table, smoothing the page. The words that followed told of a man who collected other people's letters, believing they carried unfinished prayers. He read them aloud each night, hoping the world might hear what the senders never could say. The story ended abruptly, mid-sentence, as if the writer had fallen asleep before finishing. I closed the book gently and whispered into the quiet, "I'll finish it for you." Returning to the counter, I took up my pen. The nib scratched softly over paper, a sound as steady as breathing. I wrote, "He kept reading until the letters began to answer." Not in words, but in the hush between raindrops, the moment when silence felt like understanding. The rain outside slowed to a delicate mist. The cat stretched, then leapt silently onto the stool beside me. Its eyes reflected the lamplight, twin embers in the dimness. I smiled and dipped my pen once more. Somewhere in the distance, a carriage rolled over wet stones. The sound was faint, comforting. I imagined the stranger riding home, his thoughts mingling with the same rhythm of wheels and water. Maybe he too was thinking about unfinished letters and voices that refused to fade. I sealed the page, folded it neatly, and slid it into the drawer beside Eleanor's letter. Two voices now waited there, hers and mine, both written under the same rain, both unwilling to disappear. As I blew out one of the lamps, the shadows thickened, wrapping the shop in their velvet quiet. I could feel sleep tugging gently at the edges of my awareness. Yet before surrendering to it, I glanced once more at the door. The bell swayed slightly, though no wind passed. Perhaps it was nothing more than the memory of movement, a whisper left behind by company recently found. Or perhaps it was an invitation, the night asking for one more story before dawn. Either way, I smiled, reached for another book, and opened to the first unread page. The words shimmered faintly under the lamplight, as though aware of their own beauty, and somewhere, beyond the rain, I thought I heard a voice, faint, familiar, saying softly, "Continue." Morning never truly arrived that night. The rain refused to stop, as if the sky had forgotten how to rest. By the time I awoke from my light doze, the lamps still burned low, casting their amber light through the curtains of drizzle. The clock said 11:30, though it could have been any hour at all. Nights like this seem endless, gentle, suspended, unwilling to surrender to dawn. I stirred the coals in the stove and listened to the hiss of the kettle. The cat was gone again, perhaps hunting dreams in another corner of the city. I poured myself tea and watched the ripples move across the surface of the cup. The shop felt both full and empty, crowded with the ghosts of every word read aloud the night before. There was comfort in that weight, the presence of stories that refused to fade. I picked up the Quiet Heart once more, turning it in my hands like a familiar stone. The stranger's visit had left a warmth behind, an echo of companionship that refused to die out. I wondered whether he would return, or whether some people are meant only to cross the threshold of our lives once before vanishing again. Outside, the world smelled of rain-soaked leaves. The wind carried the faint scent of smoke from nearby chimneys, mingling with the fragrance of paper and ink. I decided to open the shop again, though the streets were deserted. Habit once more, hope disguised as routine. The bell above the door tinkled softly when I unlocked it. The sound reminded me of childhood winters, of my mother calling me in from the cold, of soup steaming on the table. Funny how a sound can summon entire rooms you thought you'd forgotten. I spent a while dusting the shelves, whispering the titles to myself as if greeting old friends. Then I reached for a small book I hadn't noticed before, wedged tightly between two thick dictionaries. Its spine was cracked, the title almost erased, The Gardener's Last Autumn. The coincidence made me smile. Perhaps it had slipped free after last night's reading. When I opened it, a dried leaf fell onto the counter pail, fragile, its veins still visible. I brushed it aside gently and began to read. The story was simple, almost plain. An elderly gardener tending to a yard no one visited anymore. Each morning he pruned, watered, and waited. Each evening he watched the gate, expecting footsteps that never came, yet he never stopped planting. He believed that even unremembered seeds deserved a chance to bloom. Halfway through, a small draft wandered through the shop. The bell over the door quivered. I looked up, expecting the stranger, but no one stood there. The wind only laughed softly, teasing the edges of the pages. I smiled and read on. The story spoke of patience, not as the art of waiting, but as the act of believing that time itself listens, that growth happens even when unseen. I thought of the stranger's expression when I'd read to him, of the quiet grief in his eyes. Perhaps this story was meant for him. Perhaps all stories arrive for someone, even if we never know who. As I reached the final page, I discovered a handwritten note in the margin. Planted 1918, bloomed 1923. I blinked, puzzled, then realized the writer had recorded actual years, as though the story described something real. I turned the book over, studying its worn cover. A name was written faintly on the inside, Arthur M. Green, botanist. I knew that name. He'd written essays decades ago about the memory of soil. My father owned one of his works. Could it be the same man? And if so, why was his book here, unsigned, forgotten? I set the volume down carefully, a reverence settling over me. The kettle whistled, breaking the spell. I poured another cup of tea and stared through the window. The rain was easing at last, slowing to a steady drizzle. On the far side of the street, the bakery's sign rocked lazily in the wind. I sipped the tea, tasting the faint bitterness of oversteeped leaves. That was when I noticed the outline on the fogged glass, a fingertip drawing from the outside. Someone had traced a small circle, then two letters inside it. A.G. I blinked, startled. The mark was there, fading quickly under the moisture. I hurried to the door, pulled it open. The street lay empty again, puddles trembling under the lamplight. No footprints, no movement, just the whisper of rain on stone. Yet I could smell something new, earthy, like wet soil turned by a shovel. When I closed the door, the single page from the gardener's last autumn fluttered loose and fell to the floor. I picked it up. It was blank, except for one line scrawled in graphite. Patience is not the waiting, it is the knowing that someone will return. I set the page beside the lamp, unsure whether to feel unsettled or comforted. My hands trembled slightly, but the feeling was not fear, it was recognition. Some stories write themselves back. I returned to the counter and began to copy the words into my own notebook. I didn't know why, only that they deserved to live twice. The pen scratched softly, echoing the rhythm of rain on the awning. As I wrote, I thought about how often we measure time by arrivals and departures. Yet perhaps the truest time is what lives in between, the pauses filled with quiet expectation. The gardener had known that, so had Arthur Green. Maybe even the stranger understood. The lamp flickered once, drawing my attention to the empty chair across from me. The second cup was still there from the night before, the rim gathering dust. I lifted it, rinsed it in the sink, and poured fresh tea into it. Then I set it back down where it had been. "There," I said aloud, "in case you come back." The words felt foolish and necessary at once. A new stillness settled over the shop, different from the usual quiet. This one felt like listening, like something unseen leaning closer. I looked toward the far aisle, where the poetry shelf met the history section. A faint shimmer crossed the air, quick as breath. Then a voice, not loud, not clear, but unmistakable, murmured a single word. "Read." The syllable hung there, trembling. I obeyed. I reopened the gardener's last autumn to the beginning, and began again, slower, letting each word sink deeper than before. As I read, the sound of rain began to fade, replaced by something else, a gentle rustle like leaves moving under sunlight. I paused, listening. It wasn't imagination. The air itself smelled of new grass. When I looked out the window again, I saw it, a single sprout pushing through the crack in the cobblestones just beyond the shop's door. Green, delicate, impossible. I pressed my hand to the glass. The sprout trembled under the rain, but did not fall. "Patience," I whispered. "All right then." The rain resumed, light and even, as if satisfied. I closed the book, blew out one of the lamps, and sat back in my chair. The warmth of the stove spread slowly across the room, in that soft, breathing silence. I felt the night stretch open, like a page about to be written. The bell above the door swayed once, no wind required. I smiled and lifted my cup toward it in quiet salute. "Whoever you are," I said, "thank you for the lesson." The sprout outside gleamed under the lamplight, small but certain, and deep in the walls of the shop, the wood sighed contentedly, as though it too had learned to wait. The night pressed closer after that strange awakening of the cobblestones. The rain had softened into a gentle drizzle, more a whisper than a storm. I sat by the window with the lamps dimmed, the kettle humming faintly, and the soft scent of steeping leaves filling the air. The shop seemed to breathe again, wood settling, books murmuring, the rhythm of calm returning. I had read so much to others that night that my own thoughts felt like the next story waiting to be told. I took my cup and walked slowly toward the back, where a small round table waited beneath a crooked painting of a harbour. The table had once belonged to my father. The paint on its legs was chipped from decades of movement. Every evening I placed 2 cups there, mine and another. It was a habit that made the solitude feel shared. Perhaps that was the secret to living with loneliness, learning to give it manners, to pour it tea, to ask it kindly not to stay too long. I had just sat down when the bell above the door rang again. Its chime cut through the quiet like a heartbeat. The sound carried warmth, not surprise, and I knew before turning who it was. The stranger stood there, coat darker, with rain than before, hat in hand. "I didn't mean to intrude," he said. "You didn't," I answered, smiling. "I saved your seat." He hesitated, glancing around as though confirming that nothing had changed since his last visit. Then he crossed the room with careful steps, water dripping from the brim of his hat. When he sat down, the chair creaked in recognition. "I thought I might trouble you for another story," he said softly. "Trouble me." I poured tea into the empty cup. "It's trouble not to tell one." He accepted the cup, his hands trembling slightly. "You know," he began, after a moment, "most bookshops close before midnight." "Most stories too," I replied, "but not the good ones." He chuckled, a low sound that blended with the rain. "Then perhaps I've come to the right place." We sat like that for a while, letting silence do the talking. The rain tapped the windows in slow patterns, as though keeping time for an invisible musician. The air smelled of tea, dust, and wet wool. My visitor stared into his cup, lost somewhere far beyond its reflection. "Do you believe," he asked, "that stories can keep people alive?" I considered this. Alive or remembered? Both. I think stories remind us we're never entirely gone, I said. Someone will always retell what mattered most. Even lies can preserve a kind of truth if they come from love. He nodded, then looked up at me. "There's something I should tell you," he said. "It's about why I came back." I waited. The clock ticked once, twice, and then seemed to hush itself. He drew a folded paper from his coat pocket. The edges were damp, ink smudged. "I came across a letter last night," he continued. "Found it inside a book I bought from a market stall years ago. It was addressed to no one, but it mentioned a shop, a lamp by the window, and a man who read aloud when it rained. I felt a slow stirring in my chest. And he laid the paper on the table. I thought it might be coincidence, until I walked past your window yesterday and heard your voice. The letter's paper was the same blue I had used long ago. My name wasn't on it, yet the handwriting, the curve of the raw, the hesitation before each T, was unmistakably mine. I reached for it, but he placed his hand gently over the page. "May I read it?" I nodded. He unfolded the letter carefully, smoothing its edges. His voice was steady, deliberate, the kind of tone used for something sacred. "If someday you find these words, let them be a map. They lead nowhere except here, to a shop where the rain never quite stops, and a man keeps stories safe. He doesn't know who will listen, but he reads anyway, because he once loved someone who loved silence." When he finished, he looked at me with quiet understanding. "You wrote this?" "Yes," I said, the confession sliding out like breath. "Many years ago. For someone who never came back." He nodded slowly. Perhaps they did in a different form. His words lingered in the air like smoke. I felt the weight of memory settle over us. Gentle but sure. Tell me, I said, who are you? He smiled faintly. Someone who once sold books near the river. Someone who knew a woman named Eleanor. The name struck me like a chord, long unplayed. Eleanor, I whispered. She left a letter, he said, hidden in a poetry book. I found it after she passed. She used to speak of a man who read stories to the rain. Said he had a voice that made even sorrow sound like hope. I closed my eyes. The air shimmered slightly, as if the rain outside had seeped into the room. She came here once, I said, many years ago. I remember the sound of her laughter more than her face. She never forgot you, he said. She used to write letters she never sent. One of them mentioned a small shop and a promise that if the rain ever sounded the same again, she'd find her way back. The room seemed to pulse with warmth. I poured more tea, my hands unsteady. And now you've brought her words back to me. I thought they belonged here, he said simply. We sat again in silence. The rain fell harder, wrapping the shop in silver. I opened the letter once more, tracing the ink with my finger. The paper smelled faintly of lavender. Beneath her signature, a single sentence had been added in smaller writing. If you read this, know that I forgive you for the waiting. I didn't notice the tears until one fell onto the page. The ink blurred slightly, but the words held. He looked away, giving me privacy within the quiet. The stove clicked softly as it cooled. The cat returned then, rubbing against the stranger's leg, before curling at his feet as if greeting an old friend. Funny, he murmured, how cats always find the truth first. Perhaps they're librarians in disguise, I said. He smiled, and for the first time I saw that his eyes were the same color as the autumn leaves outside, a mixture of gold and sorrow. When the clock struck 1, he rose. I should go, he said, but I'll leave this with you. He gestured toward Eleanor's letter. You'll come back? Perhaps, he said, putting on his hat. If the rain allows it, at the door. He paused. For what it's worth, she would have been glad you kept reading. He stepped into the rain, and the bell sang after him, one pure, lingering note that seemed to hover long after he'd vanished. I returned to the table, poured the last of the tea into both cups, and raised one toward the empty chair. To unfinished stories, I whispered. The rain answered softly, steady and kind. Somewhere beyond the glass, I thought I saw 2 figures, one tall, one slender, walking beneath a shared umbrella. Their steps matched the rhythm of my heart. I blinked, and they were gone. I set Eleanor's letter beneath the lamp, where the light made her words glow faintly gold. Then, as if the night itself were listening, a low voice from somewhere deep in the shelves murmured, "One more, please," and I knew the stories were far from finished. By the time the shop quieted again, the tea had gone cold. I sat motionless, my fingers resting lightly on the edge of Eleanor's letter. The words on the page seemed alive, pulsing faintly under the lamplight, as though they breathed with the rhythm of the rain. It was the kind of stillness that follows confession, not empty, but full of new air. Every corner of the shop felt changed, rebalanced, as if something long unsettled had at last found its place. When I rose to tidy the table, I noticed it, an umbrella leaning against the chair the stranger had used. Black, wooden-handled, finely made. I hadn't seen him carry one when he entered, yet here it was, droplets still sliding down its curved spine, pooling on the floor like a signature For a moment, I thought of running outside to return it, but the street beyond the window was already washed clean of footprints. The world out there was rain and reflection. No figure, no sound of retreating steps. So I lifted the umbrella and placed it beside the stove to dry. The handle bore initials, A.G. My heart caught. Arthur Green again. The same initials from the gardener's book, the same letters traced on the glass earlier that evening. Coincidence, perhaps? Or a conversation the universe had decided to continue without my permission. I poured fresh water into the kettle, the hiss of heat rising like breath, the smell of damp fabric mingled with that of tea leaves and wood smoke. I set the umbrella upright, its ribs opening slightly, as though stretching after a long sleep. You may stay the night, I said to it with a faint smile. Everyone else seems to. The clock ticked on, each second a small exhale. Outside, the rain softened into a silvery drizzle. I took my notebook and sat again at the counter, determined to write down the evening's events before memory blurred them into dream. But words refused to line up. Each sentence drifted apart before it reached the end of the page. I tried once, twice, and then gave up. Instead, I found myself speaking aloud, as if to the umbrella itself. Do you think he'll return for you? I asked quietly. The object, naturally, remained silent, though in its stillness there was a kind of patience, the same patience I'd read about in the gardener's tale. I leaned back in my chair and let my eyes wander over the shelves. Every book seemed to contain some fragment of what had happened here. Seeds of connection, the ache of waiting, the gentle echo of voices reunited through paper. It occurred to me that perhaps my role wasn't simply to sell these stories, but to live among them until they revealed themselves. The thought comforted me. Yet even comfort can feel like a weight. I stood and crossed to the front door, where the bell hung motionless. The streetlight beyond cast a faint gold halo through the mist. I opened the door a crack, letting cool air rush in. The rain's song returned full and steady, washing over the threshold. I closed my eyes and listened, and for the briefest moment I could have sworn I heard footsteps mingling with it. When I opened my eyes, there was no one, only a folded scrap of paper resting on the step. It was damp but intact, its edges curled like petals. I brought it inside, careful not to tear it, and laid it beside the drying umbrella. The ink had bled slightly, but the words were still legible. I'll come for what I left behind. Until then, keep it under your roof of rain. There was no signature, only the faint impression of a thumbprint in the corner. I pressed my own beside it, a quiet acknowledgement between strangers. Hours passed that way. The kettle whistled again. The tea cooled again. I read a few lines from The Quiet Heart, but couldn't focus. My thoughts wandered to Eleanor, to the stranger, to Arthur Green, to all the names written and unwritten in the shop's margins. It struck me that each person who left something behind had also given me a reason to keep the door open a little longer. I found the gardener's book where I'd left it, and slid the note the stranger had given me between its pages. A bookmark of sorts, marking not where the story ended, but where waiting began. The umbrella had finished drying by then. Its fabric, once dull, now caught the lamplight with a faint sheen. I reached for it, feeling the smoothness of its handle beneath my palm. The initials seemed warmer now, almost carved by time itself rather than by hand. Arthur Green, I murmured, or perhaps another who carries his name. I couldn't resist the urge to open it. The ribs unfurled with a satisfying click. releasing a faint smell of rain and oak. The canopy stretched wide, filling the small shop with shadow. Beneath it, the light changed colour, gold turning to amber, amber deepening to something almost like honey. The air thickened, humming softly. I stepped closer, curiosity tinged with unease. There was writing along the inside of the fabric, faint, nearly invisible until the light caught it. Dozens of lines circling the frame. I squinted to read the nearest one. To stand beneath shelter is to remember the sky. I moved the umbrella slightly, reading the next line. Every drop that falls carries a name, and another. When the listener is ready, the rain will speak back. I closed the umbrella slowly, the metal bones folding like a sigh. Whatever this was, a message, a trick of coincidence, it felt meant for me. The room seemed to hold its breath. Then, without warning, the doorbell chimed once. A single note, bright and certain. I turned toward the sound, heart quickening, but the doorway was empty. Only the night's mist entered, curling around my feet before dissolving. Yet on the threshold lay another object, a small round token, no larger than a coin. I picked it up. One side bore the same initials, AG, while the other showed the engraving of a leaf crossed by raindrops. It looked old, older even than the shop. I placed it beside the umbrella and whispered, "I'll keep them safe." The lamp flickered once in reply, or perhaps it was just the draft. Still, the gesture felt answered. I sat again, pen in hand, and began to write in the margin of my ledger. Objects left behind are promises unspoken. Some people return for them, some never do. But perhaps that's the real purpose of a bookshop, not to sell stories, but to guard what others forget they've promised. The words came easily now, flowing without hesitation. Outside, the rain shifted direction, brushing against the window, like fingers tapping gently for attention. I thought of opening the door again, but instead I looked at the umbrella, the coin, the stack of letters, and felt an odd sense of companionship. The clock struck 2. I rose, locked the door, and dimmed the lamps. The shop felt at peace, its shadows deep and kind. Before retreating to my chair, I whispered into the quiet, "Tomorrow, I'll read your story, whoever you are." The umbrella gleamed faintly under the final lamp's glow, as if agreeing, and though the rain outside had softened to a mist, the air carried a steady rhythm, not quite footsteps, not quite wind, something between return and remembrance. I smiled. Some nights the guests are gone, other nights they simply linger where we can't yet see them. The next evening began before the day truly ended. I could tell by the way the light dimmed, not with finality, but with hesitation, as if the sun itself were reluctant to leave. The rain returned before nightfall, patient and familiar, tapping its steady rhythm across the window panes. I had left the umbrella by the door, its presence now as natural as the stove or the cat's quiet visits. The coin lay beside the register, catching flashes of gold whenever lightning flickered through the mist. The shop smelled faintly of rain and old paper. I moved through the aisles, touching the spines of books like a priest greeting parishioners before a sermon. I didn't know what story I would read tonight, only that it would find me, as they always did. Somewhere between the shelves, words were waiting, and my task was to listen. Near the poetry section, I discovered a wooden box I hadn't seen before. It was small, carved with ivy along its lid, and tucked behind a stack of weathered ledgers. The lock had long since broken, so I lifted it easily. Inside were letters, neatly folded and bound with a pale ribbon that had lost its colour to time. The paper carried the brittle scent of years gone quiet. The first envelope had no name, only the words, "To whoever still listens." My hands trembled slightly as I opened it. The ink was faded, the script elegant but hurried. I never sent this, because I did not know who to send it to. Maybe a stranger, maybe a wall, maybe the air itself. But words once written wish to be heard, and I cannot bear to keep them any longer. The world feels quieter every day, and I fear that silence more than I fear being forgotten. The letter ended abruptly, the final line unfinished. I closed my eyes and imagined the writer, someone sitting by a lamp like mine, caught between hope and surrender. How many people had left words in the world, with no ear to receive them? I lit another lamp, spreading light across the counter. One by one, I opened the remaining letters. Each spoke to no one, and yet, somehow, to everyone. One writer confessed to a mistake never forgiven. Another described a dream that had come true too late to matter. A third wrote of finding a photograph of herself smiling beside a man whose name she'd forgotten. As I read, I felt the air grow heavier, dense with memory. The words filled the room until I could almost hear them breathing. It wasn't loneliness, it was company, made of paper and ink, voices that had crossed decades to find a listener. The rain thickened, thunder rolled softly in the distance, the kind that comforts rather than startles. I decided to read the letters aloud. The act felt necessary, as though their authors might finally rest once their words took shape again. I began with the first. I never sent this because I did not know who to send it to. My voice steadied as I continued, the rhythm of rain aligning with the cadence of each phrase. The letters became music, fragile and persistent. When I finished the fifth letter, I noticed something peculiar. The air near the door shimmered faintly, as if heat rose from the floorboards. I blinked, thinking it a trick of light, but then the bell stirred once, softly, almost reverently. I turned, expecting to see the stranger again, perhaps reclaiming his umbrella. Instead, the shop remained empty. Only the umbrella itself had changed. It now leaned slightly open, as though moved by unseen hands. A single letter rested beneath it, perfectly dry, despite the weather. I approached cautiously, every sound amplified by quiet. The new letter was sealed with black wax. I broke it carefully. "You have been reading for us. Thank you. Some of us have waited many years for our words to be spoken aloud again. Do not stop now. Each night that you read, another silence ends." There was no signature, only a small mark at the bottom, a leaf crossed by rain, the same emblem carved on the coin. I looked around the shop, half expecting shapes to emerge from the shadows, silhouettes leaning from the corners. None came, yet the presence was unmistakable. The silence hummed, alive and listening. I placed the letter with the others and whispered, "Then I'll keep reading." I returned to the counter and lit the last lamp, its flame steady. One by one, I unfolded the remaining letters and spoke them into the air. My voice grew softer with each, blending with the rhythm of the rain. Some were filled with longing, others with gentle humor, a few with simple gratitude. At some point, the hour escaped me. The clock's hands had stopped, frozen at midnight. Still, I read. Time no longer measured itself by seconds, but by sentences. The final letter in the box was different. Its paper was thicker, smoother, and newer than the rest. The handwriting was my own. I didn't remember writing it. My breath caught as I read, "For the one who reads aloud when no one listens. If you find this, it means the circle is complete. You have become what you sought, the keeper of stories, a listener to silence. But remember this, when the last letter is spoken, one more must be written, yours." I lowered the page slowly. My hands trembled, though from wonder more than fear. The idea settled over me gently. Perhaps we don't own the stories we tell. Perhaps they pass through us like rain through leaves, nourishing whatever lies beneath. I took a blank sheet from my ledger and dipped my pen into the ink. The tip hovered above the page for a long while. The rain's rhythm seemed to guide my hand when words finally came. "Tonight," I read for those who had no one left to hear them. "Tomorrow, perhaps, someone will read for me. And if these words outlive my voice, let them fall like rain, quiet, steady, and kind." When I finished, I placed the sheet into the box with the others and tied the ribbon once more. The act felt ceremonial, a small offering to the invisible congregation of souls that lingered within these walls. The lamps flickered, one after another, until only the faintest glow remained. The umbrella by the door folded itself completely, its ribs clicking softly like applause. I smiled. The rain began to lighten, thinning to a drizzle that whispered against the glass. I set the box of letters on the highest shelf, just above the quiet heart, and whispered, "Rest easy." Then, as I reached for my tea, I noticed a shadow move across the window, a figure pausing just outside, watching. I stepped closer, but the glass fogged too quickly to see clearly. All I caught was the outline of a hat and a coat, the faint impression of someone holding another umbrella. I didn't open the door. I didn't need to. Some stories are best left between the lines. Instead, I sat again at the table, pen in hand, and began a new page. Outside, the rain slowed, almost to silence. Inside, the quiet was alive, and somewhere deep within the shop, a voice not my own whispered, "Continue." Sometime after midnight, the rain stopped, pretending to be gentle. It came in steady, slanted sheets that drummed against the glass and drowned out even the ticking of the wall clock. Or perhaps, I realized a moment later, it wasn't the rain that had silenced the clock. When I looked up from my desk, the hands had frozen at 12:31, perfectly still, as if holding their breath. The shop felt suspended between one heartbeat and the next. The lamps burned low, their light amber and uncertain, glinting off the spines of books that looked almost awake. The air smelled of iron from the kettle and the faint sweetness of paper warmed by flame. I tapped the clock once with my finger. Nothing. The second hand refused to move. "Well," I murmured, "perhaps time needs to rest too." I carried my cup to the window and leaned my forehead against the cool glass. Outside, the world glimmered. Puddles turned into mirrors, reflecting the narrow street and the single lamppost that guarded it. The fog moved like breath. The city beyond seemed to have disappeared altogether. It felt as if the bookshop and the rain were the only things left. When I turned back toward the room, I noticed something strange. The cat was staring at the stopped clock. Its tail curled neatly around its paws. Its ears twitched, but it made no sound. Animals sense things before we do. I've always believed that. I knelt beside it, my hand brushing over its soft grey fur. You hear it, don't you? Or the absence of it. The cat blinked slowly, then padded away toward the back of the shop, where the umbrella and the coin still rested. I followed, half amused, half uneasy. The air back there felt denser, thicker, like the hush before a page is turned. On the counter, beside the ledger, the coin had shifted. It now lay heads up, the leaf and rain engraving gleaming faintly, though no light should have reached it. I touched it lightly. The metal was warm. For a brief instant, the silence deepened. Then came the softest sound. Not quite a bell, not quite a sigh. The umbrella quivered, opening a fraction, as though greeting someone invisible. "Is that you?" I whispered. "Arthur Green?" No reply, only the rhythmic drip of water from the awning outside. Yet I felt a peculiar certainty. The stillness of the clock and the stirring of the umbrella were connected, two halves of the same story. I returned to the table, where I had left the wooden box of letters. Its lid was slightly ajar. Inside, the pages trembled, not from any draught, but with the faintest vibration, like strings tuned to a hidden melody. The ribbon loosened by itself and slipped aside. One letter rose slightly, its corner lifting toward me. I unfolded it carefully. There was no salutation, only a line written in hurried pencil. "When time stands still, the story asks for breath." I read it twice, then looked again at the frozen clock. The cat had returned to sit beneath it, eyes fixed on the unmoving hands. The message was clear enough. The story, this living, breathing web of letters, books and echoes, was asking to be read once more. I chose a book at random from the nearest shelf, Whispers at Midnight. The coincidence made me laugh under my breath. I carried it to the table, lit another lamp, and opened it halfway through. Dust rose in a small halo before settling over the paper. The first line read. He looked up from his desk and saw that the clock had stopped. For a long moment, I simply stared at the words. My fingers tightened around the cover, every hair on my arms lifted. The paragraph continued. He thought of the rain outside, the cat by the stove, the umbrella still dripping by the door, and in that quiet pause, he understood that stories do not wait for their readers. They find them when the hour is right. I let out a shaky laugh. "All right," I said to the empty room. "I'm listening." As I read on, the story described a man trapped inside a single hour, doomed to repeat it until he spoke aloud the one truth he had avoided. Each time he refused, the hands of his clock returned to 12:31. Only confession could move them again. "What truth?" I murmured. The cat jumped onto the counter, scattering a few loose papers. Among them fell one of Eleanor's letters, the one she'd written about forgiveness. Its folded edge brushed against my hand, like a reminder. I understood then. Time had stopped because I was still waiting for something I'd never said aloud. I took a slow breath and spoke into the room. I loved her, and I never said it before she left. The words surprised me. They came out softer than I expected. But the moment they existed in the air, the clock gave a tiny click. The second hand twitched forward once. I stood there, heart pounding, listening. The rain seemed to hush, as though yielding its rhythm to another. The second hand moved again, once, twice, then stopped once more, halfway to 32. "Not finished yet," I whispered. The book still lay open. The next line glowed faintly in the lamplight. He realized that confession was not for the dead, but for the living, who keep their ghosts alive. I smiled sadly. Very well. I turned toward the letters on the shelf, all those voices reaching across time. If anyone is listening, I said, know that your words have found a home. You are not forgotten. Every night, I'll keep reading until the silence runs out. The air warmed around me, the lamps brightening slightly. The cat purred, curling around my ankle. The clock ticked once more, steady now, free. I laughed quietly, but with a kind of relief I hadn't known I needed. Time had returned, patient and kind, as though it had only stepped outside for air. To mark the moment, I wrote in my notebook. Midnight held its breath, and I exhaled the past. The rain paused to listen, and the world began again. I closed the notebook and glanced toward the window. The storm was clearing. Beyond the mist, the faintest hint of dawn flickered over the rooftops. Not light yet, but promise. I poured the last of the tea into my cup and raised it toward the stopped clock, now ticking once more. To the second hand, I toasted. May it always forgive us our delays. The cat leapt onto the chair beside me, eyes half closed. The umbrella by the door had folded itself neatly again, as if satisfied. I leaned back and let the hum of the rain carry me. Perhaps tomorrow another stranger would appear. Perhaps no one would. Either way, the books would wait, and so would I. Somewhere inside the wall, the gears of the clock gave a final, contented sigh. I closed my eyes, certain that the night had learned how to breathe again. But just before sleep claimed me, the bell above the door chimed once soft, questioning, impossible, and from the darkness near the shelves came a voice I hadn't heard in years, gentle as the turning of a page. Would you read that one more time? I didn't answer the voice right away. The sound had been too soft, too near the border of dream. The lamps had dimmed to embers, and the rain outside whispered again, polite and distant. I thought perhaps my mind had invented it, the way minds do when night grows long and the heart grows crowded. Yet the echo lingered, the shape of a request, almost tender. Would you read that one more time? I rose from my chair, the floor cool beneath my feet. The cat had vanished. The only movement in the shop came from the faint curl of smoke rising from the extinguished lamp. I looked toward the shelves where the voice had seemed to come from, the section of memoirs and letters just beside the small table where 2 cups still rested from earlier nights. The sight stopped me. Both cups were there again, not one empty, one full, as I had left them, but both filled to the brim with steaming tea. I hadn't brewed any. The air carried the scent of jasmine, gentle and old-fashioned, the kind Eleanor used to favour. My pulse quickened. I suppose that's an answer, I whispered. I sat down across from the second cup. The chair opposite me creaked, as if accepting weight. Steam curled upward and traced invisible patterns in the lamplight. The rain thickened slightly, each drop deliberate, as though it too leaned closer to listen. And let's begin again, I said quietly, reaching for the nearest book. It was one I hadn't noticed before, its cloth cover pale blue, edges worn smooth from use. The title was printed in fading gold, The Story of 2 Cups. I smiled at the coincidence and opened to the first page. Once during the war, a young woman worked in a small cafe near the river. Each morning, she set 2 cups on the counter, one for a stranger she'd never met. Every evening, she washed both, even the one untouched. When the soldiers marched away, she followed the sound of distant trains, carrying the 2 cups wrapped in her apron. I read the words aloud. my voice steady but hushed. The story unfolded slowly, like a memory returning after a long sleep. The woman, named Claire, waited in a ruined station for someone who never arrived. The cups were all she kept of her former life, fragile proof that someone once intended to share a morning with her. As I read, I felt the air shift. The steam from the tea grew thicker, almost luminous. It shaped itself into faint silhouettes, one across from me, one beside. I kept reading. Years later, when peace returned, she opened a small shop filled with books and light. She placed the 2 cups by the window, pouring tea each night, certain that one day the missing guest would walk through the door. My voice faltered. The description mirrored my own shop too perfectly. The window, the rain, the ritual of 2 cups. I looked up, half expecting to see the stranger standing there again, but the chair remained occupied only by steam and shadow. "Claire," I said softly, testing the name aloud. "Was this your story, or mine borrowed from yours?" The steam shivered, neither vanishing nor answering. I turned another page. One winter evening, as snow began to fall, a man stepped inside, drawn by the scent of tea and the warmth of lamplight. He carried no umbrella, only a small parcel wrapped in brown paper. He sat, wordless, while she poured him tea into the cup that had waited so long. They spoke little that night, but when dawn came, both cups were empty for the first time. My hands trembled as I read those last lines. I wanted to stop, yet curiosity, or something deeper, urged me on. The next page was blank, except for a single line written in familiar script, one I knew too well. He read her story aloud until the cups filled themselves again. I closed the book gently. The lamps flickered once. The steam above the second cup swirled faster, then condensed into a faint outline. Shoulders, perhaps, or simply imagination. But then a whisper crossed the air, low and clear. "You remembered." The voice wasn't exactly Eleanor's, but close enough that my throat tightened. I reached for the cup opposite me. The porcelain was warm, undeniably real. "How could I forget?" I whispered. Silence followed, yet it wasn't empty. It was full of rain, of breath, of the heartbeat that returns when sorrow softens into memory. I felt no fear, only an aching calm. "You came back through words," I said, eyes on the second cup, "just as I found you." The lamp near the door flared brighter for a moment, casting gold over everything. Dust motes danced like tiny lanterns. The rain slowed until each drop landed distinctly, as if savouring its fall. I poured what remained of the kettle into both cups, the tea rich and dark. "Here's to unfinished conversations," I murmured. When I lifted my own cup, the other rose slightly too. Or perhaps the reflection tricked me. Still, I heard the faintest clink, 2 cups meeting in mid-air. We drank in silence. The warmth spread through me, steady and grounding. I thought of the countless letters, the stopped clock, the umbrella waiting by the door, all of them pieces of one great mosaic, voices reaching across time to complete each other's sentences. When I set my cup down, I saw it, a small inscription revealed in the steam's condensation along the rim of the other. "Thank you for waiting." I reached out, but the words vanished with the next breath. The chair across from me was empty once more, though the air still glowed faintly where the figure had been. "I'll keep reading," I promised quietly. "As long as there's rain, as long as there's paper." The clock on the wall chimed softly, once, twice, then fell still, as though acknowledging the vow. Outside, the rain had turned silver under the street lamp, no longer heavy, just present. I gathered the 2 cups and placed them carefully beside the umbrella and the coin. Together, they looked like offerings, tokens of a story that refused to end. I wiped the counter clean, my movements deliberate, ceremonial. Before blowing out the lamps, I opened the book again to the first page and read one final line aloud. Every time 2 cups meet, the world remembers how to love again. The words settled into the air like the final note of a song. The rain answered with a hush. I looked once more at the empty chair. "Good night, Claire," I said, though part of me knew I was saying good night to something larger, to every voice that had found its way through my hands. As I turned down the lamp, the faint scent of jasmine drifted through the room. It lingered even after the light went out. When I closed my eyes, I could almost hear another cup being set gently on a distant table, somewhere far beyond the rain, and with that thought, I let the night have me. Morning announced itself with the faintest hint of blue seeping between the curtains like a secret. The storm had lessened, but the sound of dripping water still marked the rhythm of the world outside. I hadn't slept long. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was the table, 2 cups still resting there, faint trails of steam coiling upward like memory refusing to leave. The smell of jasmine lingered, faint but unmistakable. For a moment, I wondered if last night had been dream or miracle. The boundary between the two had long since blurred in this shop. I rose slowly, joints stiff, and crossed the room to open a window. The morning air smelled of rain-soaked brick and wet leaves. Somewhere down the street, a carriage clattered by, its wheels slicing through puddles. Life beyond these walls continued, indifferent, unaware that time had folded differently here. A soft sound drew my attention, a delicate thump beneath the table. I leaned down. There, nestled between chair legs and shadows, was the cat, blinking up at me as if waiting for permission to exist. Its fur, once a plain grey, seemed touched by sunlight now, though the sun had yet to rise. Between its paws lay a scrap of parchment, crumpled but clean, while I said quietly, "What have you brought me this time?" The cat flicked its tail, unimpressed by the question, and stretched luxuriously before curling again. I reached under the table, retrieving the parchment. The writing was faint, the ink brown from age. Not every listener has a voice, but every silence has its guardian. No signature, no date, just that single line. I looked down at the cat. "You've been listening, haven't you?" It blinked once, slow and deliberate, the feline equivalent of agreement. Then it rose and padded toward the counter, where the wooden box of letters rested. The box was shut, ribbon tied neatly, but as the cat brushed past, the lid trembled open just slightly. "Very well," I said. "You win. We'll read another tonight." I set the note beside the umbrella, which stood now completely dry. The coin lay on the counter, reflecting a stripe of pale morning light. For reasons I couldn't name, I placed the parchment atop the coin, aligning their edges. The cat jumped onto the stool beside me and stared, tail twitching. The clock struck 7, too early for customers, too early for confessions. Still, I brewed tea. I made 2 cups, of course. Old habits resist logic. The steam rose lazily, curling around the air like threads of invisible music. As I sipped, the cat began exploring the lower shelves, nose brushing against worn spines. Every so often, it stopped, poring lightly at a specific book before moving on. I followed its path with my eyes until it settled at a narrow volume tucked behind the poetry section. The book's cover was forest green, title embossed in gold, Lives of Small Things. I knelt and drew it out. Dust motes spun in the slant of light. The cat meowed once, an unmistakable command to open it. The first story was titled The Cat Who Knew Names. I smiled. Coincidence, perhaps, but by now coincidences no longer surprised me. There was once a bookshop cat who could hear the names hidden inside books. When no one was watching, it whispered them to the pages, reminding them who they were. In return, the stories guarded its dreams. The simplicity of it made me laugh softly. I read on. The tale told of a cat who wandered through an empty shop each night, meowing softly into every corner. One evening when the clock stopped, it heard a whisper respond. "Thank you for keeping time." My hands stilled. The image was too familiar. The clock, the whispers, the feeling that walls remembered what voices had said. I looked down at my companion, who had stretched out comfortably beside the stove. "Were you the one keeping time?" I asked. It purred, long and low, the sound vibrating through the floorboards. "You do realize," I continued, "that if you keep bringing me stories, I'll never close this shop again." The cat yawned in answer and curled into a perfect circle, as if punctuation to the moment. I turned another page. The story ended with a single line. "When the reader forgets their own story, follow the cat." The simplicity struck something deep within me. I had spent so long reading others' words that I had never dared to write my own. Not truly. Perhaps that was the next story the rain demanded. The day moved quietly. I dusted shelves, polished the windows, replaced the wick in the lamp. The cat followed my every step, its tail brushing against my leg like punctuation at the end of each small task. The 2 cups remained on the table, untouched but strangely comforting. I thought of removing them, but decided against it. Some absences deserved to remain visible by afternoon. The rain had thinned to mist. The shop smelled of polish and warmth. I brewed another pot of tea and left the door ajar, in case the stranger returned. He didn't. Only the soft scuff of footsteps passed by now and then, muffled and uninterested. As twilight fell, I sat again at the table, the cat beneath me like a living shadow. I opened my notebook and began to write, not a letter this time, but a small story. It began, "A man owns a shop where rain is never unwelcome." The words flowed easily, unhurried. I wrote of the lamps, the umbrella, the letters, the voices that came and went like tides. The cat shifted occasionally, a subtle reminder that I wasn't writing alone. I wrote until my hand cramped, then stopped, exhaling. The clock struck 8. The air thickened again with the familiar hush of evening. I looked down at the cat. "Shall we read it aloud?" It raised its head, eyes bright as coins. That was answer enough. I read the story back to the room, my voice steady, deliberate. Each line returned to me differently than I had written it, as if spoken by another mouth in another time. When I reached the end, the clock gave a small, approving chime. The cat purred louder, stretching toward my knee. "Seems we have an audience," I said. From the corner near the umbrella, the faint scent of jasmine drifted again, not overpowering, just enough to say, "I'm still here." I closed the notebook, satisfied. "Another story told," I murmured. Another silence answered. The cat stood, arched its back, and brushed its head against my arm. I scratched behind its ears. "Good night, guardian," I whispered. The lamps flickered once, the shadows lengthened, and outside the rain began again. Soft, circular, unhurried. As I rose to lock the door, I saw my reflection in the window, myself, the umbrella, the cat beneath the table, 2 cups by the lamp. For an instant, another reflection joined mine. A woman's outline, delicate as smoke, smiling faintly before fading back into the rain. "Until the next reading," I said, bowing my head slightly. The cat answered with a soft meow, and the night took a slow, forgiving breath. The following night came quietly, carried on the sigh of wind through narrow streets. The rain had taken a brief rest, but its absence felt temporary, like a breath held between notes. I had grown so used to its company that silence now seemed louder, too defined, almost brittle. The shop held the stillness of a held thought. The cat was already waiting on the counter when I came down the stairs, tail swaying like a metronome. The lamps flickered to life, one by one, amber halos pooling across the floor. I brewed tea and placed 2 cups by the window, though I no longer questioned why. I had learned the rhythm of this ritual, as one learns the rhythm of handwriting. Each stroke a quiet declaration that life somehow continues. The night's first task was ink. My pen had run dry during yesterday's story, so I refilled it now, carefully dipping the nib into the small bottle that smelled faintly of rust and violets. The ink shimmered black-blue in the lamplight. When I wrote, my fingers absorbed its faint stain, each movement leaving traces of permanence on my skin. "Perhaps that's how stories mark us," I murmured. "They find a way to stay." The cat meowed softly, unimpressed by philosophy, and hopped down to inspect a loose sheet of paper. I smiled. "All right, Inspector. Let's see what tonight brings." I sat at the counter, the pen poised over an open page. The first words came without thought. The ink remembers more than the writer does. The sentence lingered there, complete and yet unfinished, the way all truths begin. I wrote another line and another, until a pattern began to form. A letter, perhaps, or a confession. But before I could decide, the bell above the door rang once, clear and unexpected. A chill swept in with it. I looked up. No one stood there, though the door had opened just enough to let the outside world peer in. The air smelled faintly of wet stone and lilac. The cat hissed once, then fell silent, ears twitching toward the far corner of the room. There, half hidden between 2 shelves, something gleamed. I rose slowly, ink-stained fingers gripping the edge of the counter for balance. The gleam came from a small metal object, an old inkwell, brass with a glass core, its lid engraved with the same emblem as the coin, the leaf crossed by rain. I was certain it hadn't been there before. I picked it up carefully. It was warm to the touch. Though the room was cool, the lid creaked open with a sigh. Inside, the ink was fresh, dark as night. I dipped my pen into it, almost without meaning to. The ink clung to the nib like silk. When I wrote again, the words flowed differently. My handwriting shifted, letters forming with greater grace than my usual script. The first line appeared in an unfamiliar voice. Every hand that writes continues another's thought. The ink you used tonight began as someone else's goodbye. I stopped, the pen trembling. The words looked back at me, calm and certain, as if they'd been waiting all along. I glanced toward the cat, who had settled under the table, watching with half-lidded eyes. "Are you doing this?" I asked softly. It blinked, the universal feline answer to everything. Perhaps I turned back to the page. More words were forming beneath my last line, as if an invisible hand continued where I had paused. "Do not be afraid of the echoes in your hand. Every writer carries ghosts in their ink. Write until they find peace." I exhaled. "Very well," I said. "Let's give them peace then." I began to write in earnest, faster now. The story that emerged was about a man in another century, a printer who stayed up each night, setting letters into rows of lead, his hands black with ink. He wrote secret messages into his work, lines of longing pressed between news of politics and births. No one ever noticed, except for one woman who bought the paper every morning and read his hidden phrases as if they were meant for her. By the time I finished, my hands were nearly black with ink. I flexed my fingers. They ached, but pleasantly, like muscles after honest labor. The shop smelled of metal and tea. The cat had climbed onto the counter and was pawing gently at the inkwell, as though trying to close it. "You're right," I said. "Enough for tonight." I wiped my hands on a rag, but the stains wouldn't leave. Instead, faint lines shaped themselves across my palms, patterns resembling letters. I held them closer to the light. They looked almost like names, though none I recognized. I laughed softly. So even the ink wants to tell its own story. The clock struck midnight. The sound startled me, though I welcomed it. It meant time was still moving. I poured what was left of the tea into the cat's saucer and reached for the umbrella by the door. I hadn't opened it since the night of the stranger's return. The fabric felt smooth, almost new. When I tilted it toward the lamplight, faint writing shimmered across its panels again. This time the words had changed. Ink, rain, paper, time. They all speak the same language. I whispered the line aloud. The room seemed to hum in response, wood creaking softly, lamps flickering as though in agreement. I returned to the counter, tore a fresh sheet from my notebook, and wrote the sentence again, adding my own beneath it. "And the reader is the one who listens in the dark." As soon as I finished the period, the lamp nearest the window brightened briefly, casting a gentle glow across the two untouched cups. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a hand reaching for one of them. I blinked, and the vision was gone. Only the steam remained, faint but visible. I smiled. "Then you're still here," I murmured. "Good." I closed the notebook and laid my pen across it like a bookmark. The cat leapt onto my lap, curling there with a deep vibrating purr that filled the silence better than words ever could. I stroked its back, leaving faint black smudges on its fur. It didn't seem to mind. "Maybe we're all just letters waiting for ink," I said. The clock ticked once, softly, in answer. Outside, the first drops of new rain began again. The shop's roof answered with quiet percussion. The cat lifted its head briefly, ears twitching, then settled again. I felt the warmth of the stove on my side, the cool air from the cracked window on my face. Balance at last. I whispered, "Tomorrow we'll read for the rain itself." The cat yawned, unconvinced, but tolerant. I smiled and leaned back, letting the rhythm of water and ticking fill the space where thought usually lived. As I drifted towards sleep, I looked at my hands one last time. The ink had faded slightly, but one word still glimmered faintly across my palm. I traced it with my thumb. It said simply, "Continue," and I knew I would. The next morning began without sound. No carriages, no rain, no footsteps from the street, only the slow creak of the shop waking with me. I had slept in the reading chair again. The cat nestled like a comma on my lap. My hands still bore faint traces of ink from the night before, blue-black threads running along my fingers. I liked the look of them. They made me feel as though I belonged to the stories I kept. I rose carefully, setting the cat on the counter. The lamps were still lit, their flames low and patient. Outside, the sky held the colour of unpolished silver. It would rain again soon. One could feel it in the air, the weight of water waiting its turn. I brewed tea, swept a thin layer of dust from the front windows, and unlocked the door out of habit. Though I expected no visitors, the bell gave its usual sigh, a greeting meant for no one in particular. As I turned to replace a book on the nearest shelf, my hand brushed against something I hadn't noticed before. A thick volume bound in dark leather, spine cracked, no title. It had been there as long as I could remember, though no one had ever bought it. Not once. It had survived every inventory and every attempt at reorganization, as though it refused to leave. The tag tied to its corner was blank. The price had long since faded, yet when I lifted it, dust fell in a single soft wave, and the faint scent of lavender rose from its pages. I smiled. "Ah," I said aloud, "you again." The cat leapt onto the counter, tail flicking with curiosity. "This one," I told it, "is the book that never sells." It tilted its head, unimpressed. I placed the book on the counter, opened it, and turned a few pages. The paper felt heavier than ordinary sheets, the kind that remembers every fingerprint. The first chapter began without preface or introduction. The shopkeeper thought he was alone until the books began to answer. I laughed softly. "Well, that's familiar." I kept reading. Each page described a night, much like the ones I had lived. Rain falling, lamps glowing, a voice reading into silence. Yet the words changed subtly as I read them, letters bending, reshaping, as though aware of my presence. The book seemed to write itself in response to my thoughts. I paused, ran my hand over the page, and felt a faint pulse beneath the paper, like a heartbeat. The cat growled low in its throat. I closed the book gently. "It's all right," I said. "It's only a story." But even I didn't believe it. I carried the book to the window and set it in the patch of pale light, spilling across the table. The cover gleamed faintly, its leather rippling like the surface of water. On impulse, I spoke to it. "What do you want from me?" The book opened itself, its spine creaking softly. The pages fluttered until one settled in the middle. A sentence appeared there, ink spreading as if freshly written. "Read me aloud." So I did. There was once a man who kept a shop filled with books that did not wish to leave. They whispered to him when he swept the floor, humming old stories beneath their breath. And though customers came and went, one book always remained. It waited for him to find its final page, the one that could only be written by hand. I stopped. "By hand," I murmured. "You mean mine?" No answer, of course, only the slow movement of letters continuing to form beneath the last line. Every keeper must add their voice to the shelf. I stared at the words, at the empty space waiting below them. "So that's it," I said softly. "That's why you never sell." I fetched my pen and a bottle of ink. Hesitating before the blank section, the cat jumped down from the counter, rubbing against my leg as if to urge me on. I dipped the nib and began to write. Tonight, I write for a book that refused to be forgotten. I write because silence has its own kind of hunger, and stories must feed it. The ink bled beautifully into the paper, each line sinking deep, as if the book itself drank it in. I wrote for a long while, about the rain, the umbrella, the stranger, the ghost of Jasmine that still haunted the corners of the shop. I wrote about the cat, about the clock that had paused to listen. When I lifted my hand, the page seemed to shimmer faintly in the light. Then I saw it, beneath my final line. A new sentence had appeared, not mine, written in a neater hand. "Thank you." I touched the page, half expecting it to vanish, but it stayed. The ink was real, the words genuine. The cat jumped back onto the counter, settling beside the book with a satisfied sigh. The clock struck 9. Outside, the rain began again. Gentle as breath, I left the book open to dry and made myself another cup of tea. My fingers were smudged with ink again, darker this time. I rubbed them absently against my palm, wondering if every writer ended up marked by what they loved most. I sat by the window, watching the street disappear beneath the steady rain. For the first time in weeks, I felt no need to wait for anyone. The quiet was enough. The shelves stood like old friends around me, their spines glowing faintly in the lamp's warmth. Somewhere near the poetry section, a book slid forward, stopping just short of the edge, as if bowing politely. "Good night to you too," I said. The cat meowed once, in response, then padded toward the back, tail high. I closed the unpriced book, tied a thin strip of ribbon around it, and placed it on the highest shelf, where no one would disturb it. Not to hide it, but to honor it. A monument to words that never needed to be sold to be loved. Before turning down the lamp, I glanced once more at the counter. A single droplet of ink had fallen onto the wood, round and perfect. It gleamed for a moment, then faded, leaving behind a faint mark, shaped like a tiny heart. I smiled. "So that's your signature then?" The clock ticked steadily. The rain whispered against the glass, and the shop exhaled, content, just as I reached to extinguish the final lamp. A knock sounded at the door, soft, uncertain. I froze, hand hovering over the wick. The bell hadn't rung, yet someone was there. Through the glass, I could see only a blurred silhouette, tall, motionless, framed by the rain. The cat returned to my side, fur bristling slightly. "Another story then," I whispered. I opened the door. He stood beneath the awning, hat tilted low, rain cascading down the brim like liquid glass. Even through the blur of night and water, I knew it was him, the stranger who had once entered my shop with hesitant eyes and an empty cup waiting to be filled. The lamplight caught on the shoulders of his coat, turning every droplet into a fleeting spark. For a long moment, neither of us moved. The bell above the door gave a small, uncertain ring, as if it too were unsure whether to welcome or warn. Then he smiled faintly, like someone remembering a tune, and stepped inside. "You're still open," he said, removing his hat. "I don't close much anymore," I replied. "The books don't like to sleep." He laughed quietly, a sound soft and tired. "Then I've come to the right place." Water pooled around his boots. I gestured toward the stove, where the kettle already whispered. "Sit," I said. "You look as though the rain's been following you all day." "It has," he answered, lowering himself into the chair he had once occupied. "But maybe it was leading me instead." The cat appeared from under the counter, tail raised, and regarded him with cautious interest before curling around his feet. He reached down and stroked its head, his movements slow, almost reverent. "I wondered if the little guardian was still here," he said. "She never leaves," I told him. "Neither does the rain." The kettle began to hum, that familiar lullaby of steam and metal. I poured 2 cups, one for him, one for myself, and slid his across the table, the air filled with the scent of black tea and quiet reunion. He wrapped his hands around the cup, but didn't drink. "I've been meaning to return for a while," he said, "but I didn't know what I was coming back to." "Few of us do," I said. "Sometimes the destination only reveals itself when the door opens." He looked around the shop. "It feels the same, and yet different. The stories rearrange themselves when no one's watching," I said. "They like to greet each guest differently." His gaze moved toward the shelves where the unpriced book now rested. "That one," he said suddenly. "The leather-bound volume. I remember seeing it last time. You never sold it, did you?" "No," I said. "It never wanted to leave." He smiled. "Some things are like that." I studied him in the lamplight. His hair was streaked more silver than before. His face lined, not with age, but with thought. Yet his eyes, those patient, river-colored eyes, held the same gentle curiosity. "I found something," he said, after a pause. Reaching into his coat, he drew out a small envelope sealed with blue wax. "It belongs here, I think." I took it from him, fingers brushing his, for the briefest second. The wax bore the faint impression of a leaf crossed by raindrops. My breath caught. "The same symbol," I murmured. "Like the coin." He nodded. "It appeared among my belongings one morning. I don't know how, but I remembered your stories, your letters, your rain. I thought perhaps it was an invitation." I placed the envelope beside the lamp. The light made the wax glisten like a drop of midnight. "Then let's read it together," I said. To the paper he gestured for me to begin. I broke the seal carefully and unfolded the letter inside. The handwriting was delicate, familiar in a way that stirred something behind my ribs. "To the one who keeps the light burning. Each story you read aloud wakes another from its sleep. But even lamps need tending, and even readers deserve to be heard. When the rain calls again, step beyond the door. There is another chapter waiting, one that cannot be read indoors." I lowered the page slowly. The shop felt smaller, quieter, as though listening for my response. He leaned forward. "Do you know who wrote it?" I shook my head. "But I think I know who it's for." "For you," he said. "For us," I corrected. He smiled, the kind of smile that reaches the eyes but trembles there, unsure if it's allowed to stay. "Then perhaps it's time you stepped outside the story for a while." I glanced toward the window. The rain had gentled into mist again, the kind that invites rather than drives away. Street lamps burned halos into the fog. The world beyond looked softer, almost rewritten. "Maybe," I said, "but I've lived inside these walls for so long. What if the stories stop coming?" He looked at me steadily. "They won't. You've taught them how to find you." The cat jumped onto the table then, brushing against the open letter. Its paw left a small smudge of ink on the bottom corner. I noticed the mark shaped itself into something almost like a signature. Eleanor. My chest tightened. So she's still writing, I whispered. She never stopped, he said. She just needed someone to finish the lines. We sat in silence, each lost in the same thought, but from opposite shores. The kettle whistled softly, then quieted again. At last I asked, "Will you stay a while this time?" He considered, eyes lowering to his reflection in the tea. "I think I already have." The clock struck once, not an hour, just a single note, deep and resonant. It seemed to come from somewhere within the shelves themselves. The light trembled. For an instant, I thought I saw other figures, silhouettes between the aisles, faint as smoke, the readers and writers who had passed through this place before, all gathered to listen. He rose slowly. "Keep the letter," he said. "It belongs here, like the rain." I stood as well. "And you?" He smiled. "Perhaps I'll find another shop, another listener. Stories tend to wander." I wanted to ask him to stay, to tell one more tale, to let the silence hold a little longer, but I understood. Some guests are meant to return only once, to remind you that the door still opens both ways. "Take this," I said, handing him the coin that had rested on the counter for weeks. "Every traveller needs a token." He nodded, closing his hand around it. "And every keeper needs a promise." When he turned toward the door, the bell rang again. A sound like clear water. The rain waited, gentle and inviting. "Until next time," he said. "Until next story," I replied. He stepped out into the night, his figure dissolving into the silver curtain of rain. For a moment, I saw him pause under the street lamp, holding the coin up to the light. Then the mist swallowed him whole. I closed the door softly, the bell's echo fading into stillness. The cat leapt back onto the counter, curling in its usual spot. The umbrella by the door gleamed faintly, as if acknowledging another chapter's close. I poured the last of the tea into both cups and lifted mine in quiet salute. "To returns," I whispered, "and to those who keep their promises." Outside, the rain deepened again, and the shop breathed with it, alive, listening, waiting for whatever story might next find its way through the door. By the time the next night arrived, the rain had softened into a steady hush, the kind of sound that fills the spaces between thoughts. The stranger's visit lingered in my mind, like the aftertaste of something bittersweet. His letter, now framed by the lamp's glow, lay open on the counter beside my half-written notes. I had read it a dozen times since he'd left, tracing the curves of each word until they began to feel like a map, one that pointed not to a destination, but to a decision. Outside, Autumn Street glistened beneath the lamplight, cobblestones slick and golden. The gutters carried slow-moving ribbons of water, each reflecting a fragment of the bookshop's light. Somewhere beyond the curve of the street, a bridge arched over the narrow canal, its stones dark with moss and memory. I'd crossed it countless times, though never at night. The letter's final line echoed in me still. "When the rain calls again, step beyond the door." The cat was asleep near the stove, curled in perfect indifference. I envied its certainty. I poured a cup of tea, letting the steam rise in lazy circles, and sat near the window. The umbrella leaned quietly by the door, its handle gleaming in the lamplight. For the first time, it looked like an invitation. "I suppose it's your turn," I said softly, standing and reaching for it. The handle was warm, almost alive. I opened it slowly, and the soft creak of its ribs sounded like the beginning of a sentence. The rain waited patiently outside, not fierce, but steady, as if it too anticipated my next move. I turned the sign on the door from open to out. For a while, the bell chimed once, clear as a note of agreement. The night air met me like an embrace, cool, damp, familiar. The street smelled of wet stone, distant bread, and autumn leaves dissolving into puddles. The city was mostly asleep, its usual hum replaced by the sigh of water meeting ground. My footsteps echoed faintly as I walked toward the bridge, the umbrella sheltering me from the drizzle that had begun anew. As I reached the midpoint of the bridge, I stopped. The canal below shimmered, carrying reflections of street lamps that quivered with each ripple. A gust of wind rose, scattering droplets across my face. For a moment, I imagined that every drop carried a whisper, a fragment of someone's story floating just beneath the surface. I leaned on the railing, the iron cold beneath my palms. "All right," I said to the rain. "I'm listening." The sound deepened, not louder, but more intentional, as if language itself was being translated into rhythm. Beneath it, another voice began to take shape, soft, steady, unmistakably human. "Do you remember the gardener?" I froze. The voice was gentle, almost playful, drifting on the air like smoke. "Yes," I whispered. "The man who planted during war." He wasn't waiting for spring. He was waiting for someone to read his story aloud. I closed my eyes. The air thickened around me. Rain falling harder now, its rhythm matching the pace of my heartbeat. "You've done what he could not. You've given the waiting an answer." My throat tightened. "Who are you?" I asked, but the only reply was the rain softening again, drawing back into quiet. The canal shimmered once more, then stilled. I exhaled, realizing I was smiling. Maybe the rain had only borrowed a voice. Maybe it didn't matter. A flicker of light caught my attention. Across the bridge, a lamppost sputtered and steadied, revealing a shape beneath it. A woman in a pale coat, holding an umbrella identical to mine. Her face was shadowed, but her stance was familiar, calm, patient, waiting. I took a hesitant step forward. The bridge stones gleamed underfoot. The closer I drew, the clearer she became, though her features remained indistinct, blurred by the curtain of rain. When I was only a few paces away, she lifted her umbrella slightly, as though in greeting. "Eleanor?" I asked. Her head tilted, not in denial, not in confirmation, but with that same quiet amusement I remembered from years ago, the look of someone who has already forgiven you. She extended her free hand. In it was a small book, bound in blue. I took another step, but before I could reach her, the wind changed direction. The rain swept between us, silver and endless. When it cleared, she was gone. Only the book remained, resting on the wet stone where she had stood. I knelt and picked it up. The cover was damp but intact. The title nearly faded. The Bridge over Autumn Street. My name was embossed faintly on the bottom corner. The first page was blank, except for a single line. "Every bridge connects what memory divides." I laughed quietly, half disbelief, half understanding. The cat's words, the umbrella's writing, the stranger's letters, everything had been guiding me here, to this quiet crossing between past and present. I walked back slowly, the book pressed to my chest. The rain softened with every step. as if retreating now that its message had been delivered. By the time I reached the door, the bell above it swung in the breeze, ringing once in welcome. Inside, the shop glowed, as though it had been waiting for me. The lamps burned brighter than I'd left them, and the air carried that faint, impossible scent of jasmine. The cat was awake, sitting upright on the counter, eyes reflecting the lamplight. "You missed an adventure," I told it, closing the umbrella and shaking off the rain. "Or perhaps you were there all along." The cat stretched, unimpressed but content. I set the blue book beside the others on the counter. Its pages were already drying, the words within waiting to be read. I knew I wouldn't open it yet. Some stories require patience to unfold. I poured the last of the tea from the kettle, the liquid amber in the cup. The rain continued faintly outside, a metronome of calm. I took a sip, ink-stained fingers warming around the porcelain. "She forgave me," I whispered. Or maybe she never needed to. The clock struck midnight, each chime a soft echo against the shelves. The shop breathed in rhythm with it, wooden paper expanding and contracting like a single heart. I leaned back, eyes half closed, and let the sound fill the room. The umbrella by the door gleamed faintly, the water on its fabric catching the lamplight like stars. And just before I drifted towards sleep, the blue book fluttered open on its own. The pages turned once, twice, and settled on a new line that hadn't been there before. "Tomorrow, the rain will bring another listener." I smiled. "Then I'll be ready." Outside, Autumn Street shimmered, and the bridge waited patiently under the fading rain. Silent, sturdy, and infinite, dawn arrived like a whisper sliding under the door. The rain had softened into fog, and the city outside breathed steam through its chimneys. Inside the shop, the light was delicate, a muted gold filtering through the rain-streaked glass, turning everything into a painting that might disappear if one blinked too long. The lamps, still burning from the night before, cast slow-moving halos over the counter. I found myself already awake, though I couldn't remember when I had opened my eyes. The blue book rested beside the stove, dry now, its edges curled slightly inward, like a satisfied sigh. The cat had taken possession of it, front paws stretched lazily over the cover. Each time the stove crackled, its tail flicked in approval. I reached for the kettle, discovering it had gone cold sometime in the night. Its silence felt almost reproachful. "You're right," I told it softly. "We both could use a refill." The stove grumbled awake with the strike of a match. Soon the air filled with the soft song of heating water, a hum that threaded perfectly into the rhythm of morning. I took 2 cups from the shelf, one chipped, one smooth, and placed them beside the lamp. It felt right, a continuation of the ritual, an agreement between me and time that nothing needed to rush. Outside, a carriage rolled past, its wheels sending ripples through the puddles. Somewhere in the distance, a vendor called out, his voice blending with the cries of waking gulls. The city was stretching, unaware that inside this small corner, the world had already begun its quiet rebirth. When the kettle whistled, I poured the first cup. Steam rose in looping patterns, the kind that remind you that warmth too has a voice. I poured the second cup, for company unseen, because the act itself was its own kind of companionship. The smell of tea mixed with the faint musk of old paper and rain-soaked wood, the truest perfume of the shop. The cat opened one eye, blinked, and returned to dreaming. Its soft purring filled the spaces where silence might have lived. I envied that kind of trust, the ability to sleep while the world rearranged itself. I took my cup to the counter and opened my notebook. The last thing I had written were the words, "Tomorrow. The rain will bring another listener." I ran my fingers over them, thinking of the bridge, of the woman with the blue umbrella, of her hand reaching toward mine, before vanishing into mist. What happens when there are no more listeners? I asked quietly. The question hung in the air, unanswered, until the clock above the doorway gave a single click, then another. Its hands, which I hadn't wound since the stranger's return, began to move again on their own. Slow, deliberate, confident. I smiled. "So we're agreed then. We keep going." I flipped to a blank page and began to write. My hand moved with purpose, words flowing as naturally as breath. A bookshop opens each morning, not to sell, but to remember. The books whisper names to one another, trading dreams like currency. The keeper, ink-stained and unhurried, pours tea into 2 cups and listens. Some mornings, the stories tell themselves. Some mornings, silence speaks louder. I stopped there, rereading the lines. The letters shimmered faintly, as if the ink itself approved. I looked up, half expecting the stranger to appear again, or perhaps Eleanor, some quiet affirmation that the act of writing mattered. But the only presence was the cat's slow purr, and the steady pulse of the rain beginning anew. Then came a sound I hadn't heard in weeks. 3 soft knocks on the window pane. Not urgent, just gentle. I turned, expecting no one. Outside stood a young woman, her hair tucked beneath a red scarf, raindrops catching in the fabric like sequins. She looked uncertain but hopeful, the look of someone searching for shelter, or for a sign that stories still existed. I smiled and motioned her toward the door. The bell chimed as she entered. "Good morning," I said. "Is it?" she replied, glancing at the fog curling around her shoes. "It's more of a soft grey morning, I think." "Grey can be kind," I said. "Would you like some tea?" Her shoulders relaxed at once. "Yes, please. I've been walking since before sunrise." As I poured, I noticed her eyes scanning the shelves, taking in the shop the way one studies a memory returned from a dream. "It's beautiful here," she murmured. "It smells like my grandmother's attic." "She must have had good stories," I said. "She did," the woman replied, cupping the tea with both hands. "But I never listened properly. I was always waiting for the endings." "Then you'll like this place," I said. "Here, endings are just pauses between cups." She smiled, tentative but real. "Do you read here?" "Every night," I said. "Sometimes aloud, sometimes just in silence. The walls remember either way." She looked around again, her gaze landing on the blue book. "That one," she said softly. "May I?" "Of course." She approached it carefully, as though approaching an altar. The cat opened both eyes, regarded her, then gave a quiet, approving trill before hopping down. She took that as permission and lifted the book, fingers tracing the embossed title. "The Bridge Over Autumn Street," she read. "It sounds like something my grandmother might have written." "Maybe she did," I said. She smiled again, but this time it reached her eyes. She opened the book. I expected the familiar opening line, but the first page was blank, except for a faint shimmer, as though ink had recently dried and vanished. Then, slowly, new words began to appear, forming as if written by invisible hands. for the one who listens without knowing why. Every reader inherits the world they save by listening. She gasped softly, closing the book to her chest. Did you? I shook my head. No. The stories choose their readers, always have. She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. Then I'll listen. We sat together, the sound of rain surrounding us like music. I refilled both cups, steam rising again between us. Every listener needs tea, I said. Every teller too, she replied. We drank quietly. The fog outside began to lift, revealing a faint glimmer of light where the street curved toward the bridge. The woman followed my gaze. Will you read tonight? Always, I said. The rain insists. Then I'll come back, she said. When she left, the bell chimed twice, the sound bright and clear. I watched her walk down Autumn Street, red scarf a small flame against the grey. I turned back to the table, refilled my cup again, and whispered, for the next listener. The cat jumped onto the chair opposite me, its tail curling neatly around its paws. The blue book remained open to the last page, where a new sentence had written itself. Some arrivals begin with refilled tea. I raised my cup in quiet acknowledgement. The rain answered with a steady rhythm, promising more stories yet to come. The next evening arrived early, folded in fog, and the quiet rhythm of dripping rooftops. The street lamps outside glowed faintly through the mist, small suns caught in a grey sea. The shop had been calm all day. No customers, no deliveries, only the steady company of the cat and the murmur of the rain. But as twilight deepened, I felt the subtle pulse that always came before something or someone arrived. The stories were restless again. I lit each lamp in turn, trimming the wicks until the light glowed soft and golden. The shelves seemed to lean inward, listening. I brewed tea, 2 cups as always, the scent of bergamot and honey curling into the air. The cat perched on the counter beside the blue book, tail flicking lazily, watching the door as if it too expected company. The clock struck 8. The bell above the door remained silent. Still, I left it unlocked. Some doors must stay open, if only for faith. Outside, the fog pressed close to the windows, so dense it blurred even the outlines of passing figures. It was then, through that veil, that I saw it, a flash of red, the same shade as the scarf from the morning before. The shape moved slowly, deliberately, pausing once, as though uncertain. Moments later, the bell chimed. "Good evening," she said, stepping inside. Her hair was damp, and her cheeks glowed from the chill. The scarf was darker now, with rain clinging to her shoulders. She carried a small parcel wrapped in brown paper. "I told you I'd come back," she said. "I was beginning to think you were a story I made up," I replied. "Not yet," she smiled, "though I do tend to appear where tea is involved." She unwrapped the parcel and revealed a thin notebook bound in cloth, its cover faded to a soft green. "I found this among my grandmother's things," she explained. "After I left this morning, I couldn't stop thinking about your shop. When I opened it, there was an inscription I thought you should see." She handed it to me. Inside the front cover, written in delicate, looping script, were the words, "To whoever keeps the rain company, thank you for listening." I felt the air thicken. "Your grandmother wrote this." "I think so," she said. "But look closer." Beneath the message, faintly penciled in another hand, were 2 initials, E.R. Eleanor. My throat tightened. She was here once, I said softly. Many years ago. I remember her voice. The woman looked at me with wide eyes. Then you knew her, only for one night, I said. But she changed the way I listened. She smiled gently. She would have liked that. I gestured toward the kettle. Tea, always. As I poured, the cat jumped down and circled her feet, purring loudly. I think she approves of you, I said. I'll take that as an honor, she replied, leaning down to scratch behind its ears. She reminds me of a cat my grandmother once had. She said it could hear stories before they were told. She wasn't wrong, I said. This one seems to sense them too. We sat by the window, cups between us, steam rising like unspoken thoughts. The city outside was barely visible through the fog. Tell me something, she said suddenly. Do you ever get tired of it? The rain, the quiet, the ghosts. I considered, sometimes. But then I remember that the quiet is where voices hide, and the rain. Well, it reminds me that everything still moves, even when it seems still. She nodded slowly. Think I came here because I've forgotten how to move. I tilted my head. Grief, she hesitated. Something like that. My grandmother passed last winter. We were close, though I didn't understand her until she was gone. She used to write stories and hide them in her books. I never read them. I was always waiting for her to tell me herself. She was a writer of silences, I said. She smiled faintly. Yes, that's exactly it. The cat meowed once, almost on cue, then leapt onto the counter and batted at the blue book. The pages fluttered open by themselves. She gasped softly. Did you see? Yes, I said. It does that sometimes. We rose together and leaned over the counter. The book had opened to a new page. Fresh ink glistened in neat lines. The listener returns when the words are ready to be rewritten. She stared at it. Did you write that? I shook my head. No, but I've learned not to question these things. Her fingers brushed the edge of the page. Then, maybe it's true, she whispered. She looked at me again, her eyes reflecting the lamplight. May I read to you? The request caught me off guard. Of course. She opened her grandmother's notebook and began softly. Once, there was a girl who believed stories should end happily. When they didn't, she closed the book too soon. Years later, she met a man who read through rain and silence, and she realized that endings were only pauses between breaths. Her voice trembled slightly at the last word. The silence that followed was complete, gentle, almost sacred. I felt something loosen in me, some thread pulled free after years of careful weaving. Your grandmother wrote that for you, I said quietly. I think she wrote it for you too, she replied. The clock struck 9, and the sound folded itself into the room like a promise. Outside, the fog lifted just enough to reveal the faint outline of the bridge beyond the window. The rain glimmered under the lamps like silver threads, stitching two worlds together. We sat in that light a while longer, tea cooling, neither speaking. Then she closed the notebook and tied it again with its ribbon. Will you keep it? She asked. I'll keep it safe, I said, but you should come back to read it again. I will, she said, if the rain allows. When she left, the scarf around her neck glowed briefly in the lamplight, bright as a flame, refusing to fade. The bell chimed once, then again softer, as though reluctant to let her go. The cat jumped into my lap, settling there with a satisfied sigh. I stroked its fur absently, still watching the fog swallow her shape. "She'll be back," I said to the cat. "They always come back when the stories aren't finished." It purred, eyes half closed, and the blue book shut itself with a quiet, contented thump. I refilled the kettle, poured the last of the tea into both cups, and whispered, "For those who return." Outside the rain resumed, patient and endless, its rhythms steady as breathing. By the following evening, the world had returned to its familiar rhythm. The soft percussion of rain against glass, the smell of damp paper, the glow of the lamps spreading like warmth through tired bones. I had grown used to measuring time, not by hours, but by the intervals between arrivals. The stranger, Eleanor, the woman in the red scarf, each had come with the rain, and each had left behind something invisible yet tangible, a weight that wasn't heavy, a silence that wasn't empty. The blue book rested open on the counter beside my tea, its pages unmoving but not still. Every so often, a breeze from the half-open window made them quiver, as if something inside was breathing. The cat lay nearby, its paws tucked neatly beneath its chest, watching the window with the quiet certainty of a creature that already knows the next chapter. I dipped my pen into ink and began to write in the ledger, not to sell or to count, but to remember. This shop no longer opens for business, only for listening. The rain does the speaking, and I do the writing. Somewhere between those two, stories keep finding their way home. The words comforted me. I blew gently on the page until the ink dried, then looked up just in time to see the fog rolling in again, wrapping the street in soft secrecy. I rose, stretched, and walked to the window. Beyond the blurred glass, the outline of the bridge shimmered through the haze, faint as memory. It was the same bridge where Eleanor had left me the blue book, the same stones that had heard my confession and held my silence. I hadn't crossed it since that night, perhaps because some bridges are easier to visit in memory than in motion, but something about the way the rain fell now, heavier, more deliberate, felt like a summons. I closed the ledger, took my coat from the hook, and lifted the old umbrella from its place beside the door. The cat followed, meowing once, as though protesting. "Someone has to make sure the stories keep moving," I told it. "I'll bring you back another one." The bell chimed as I stepped into the evening. The sound echoed longer than usual, stretching across the narrow street before fading into the rhythm of the rain. Autumn Street was empty. Puddles reflected the amber lamps, and the air carried that clean scent that only comes after a day's worth of weather. The umbrella shielded me from the worst of it, but I let the edges of my sleeves get wet. It felt necessary, a small act of participation in the story the world was telling. When I reached the bridge, I stopped. The water below moved slowly, carrying stray leaves like forgotten sentences. Mist hovered above the surface, swirling with the current. I leaned against the railing, umbrella tilted back, just enough to let a few drops touch my face. "This is where it began," I said quietly. A faint shimmer appeared on the other side of the bridge. At first I thought it was the reflection of a lamp. Then it moved, not forward, not away, but closer, like a thought deciding to become real. It was the woman with the red scarf. She walked toward me, her umbrella pale blue this time, the color of morning skies. The scarf glowed faintly in the rain, more crimson than before. When she reached the center of the bridge, she smiled. "You left the lights on again," she said. "I thought you might come back," I replied. and I don't turn them off for friends." She laughed softly. It seems the bridge missed us both. We stood side by side for a while, listening to the rain fall on the water below. The sound was steady, rhythmic, almost musical. The air smelled of wet stone and old stories. "I brought the notebook," she said at last, pulling it from her coat. "The green one. I think there's another story in it. Let's hear it then." She opened it carefully. The pages were damp but legible. Her voice blended with the rain as she read. One evening, 2 listeners stood on a bridge. They had carried stories across seasons, never realizing that the bridge itself had been writing theirs all along. For every word they spoke aloud, the stones whispered back a memory. And when they finally left, the bridge remained awake, waiting for their return. She closed the notebook, eyes shining in the lamplight. "It ends there," she said. "No names, no goodbye, just that." "Maybe that's the point," I said. "Some stories don't end, they wait." We fell silent again. The rain softened. Somewhere downriver, a church bell rang once, deep and slow. "I think she wanted us to meet," the woman said, after a while. "Eleanor. She left too many traces for it to be coincidence." "I think so too," I said. "And I think she's still listening." The woman looked up at the sky, as though trying to find her grandmother's voice in the clouds. "Do you ever wonder what happens to the stories after we tell them?" "They find listeners of their own," I said. "Rain, wind, even silence. They all listen in their way." She smiled faintly. "Then maybe she's the rain tonight." The idea warmed me more than the tea ever could. "Then we should speak softly," I said, "so we don't wake her too soon." We laughed quietly, the sound dissolving into the night. I looked at her scarf again, right against the grey. "Red suits you," I said. "She used to say it kept her from disappearing," she replied. She wasn't wrong. The bridge trembled slightly under a gust of wind. I tightened my grip on the umbrella, steadying us both. She looked at me, eyes soft, and said, "You should cross it." "What's on the other side?" "Only more rain," she said, smiling. "But maybe a story you haven't heard yet." I hesitated. The other side of the bridge was shrouded in fog, uncertain, infinite. Yet something inside me knew this was the path Eleanor had left unfinished. "Will you come with me?" I asked. "Of course," she said. Together we began to walk, our umbrellas brushing occasionally as we moved. The stones beneath our feet were slick, but sure. Every few steps, a drop of rain slipped from the umbrella's edge and landed on the surface of the canal, sending ripples outward, small circles expanding into one another until they became one. When we reached the far end, she stopped. "Look," she said. A faint glow illuminated a narrow doorway, tucked beneath the bridge's arch. A doorway I had never noticed before. The light was golden, steady, inviting. "What do you suppose is in there?" I asked. "Only one way to find out," she said. But before we could move closer, the wind shifted. The rain paused. The world seemed to hold its breath. From somewhere behind us, a bell rang. Not the one from the shop, not the church, but something older, softer, almost human. The woman turned to me, her scarf fluttering gently. "Next time," she whispered, and just like that, the fog rolled between us, erasing everything but the sound of her voice. When it cleared, I stood alone on the bridge. The golden doorway had vanished. Only the rain remained, patient, infinite. I took one last look toward the far bank, then turned back toward the bookshop. The lamps in the window still glowed. The cat was waiting by the door, and when I stepped inside, a single red thread lay on the counter, coiled neatly beside the blue book. I smiled. "Until next time," I said. The rain answered, gentle and knowing. The shop greeted me with its usual hush, the kind that wasn't silence, but the sound of everything listening. The lamps still burned softly, their light pressing back the fog that had followed me inside. My coat dripped near the door. The umbrella leaned open, drying in a small puddle that mirrored the lamplight. The cat, true to form, was waiting on the counter, tail swaying like a metronome. "Back already," I murmured, setting down my keys. "Yes, I know. You were right not to follow me." It yawned, unimpressed, and stretched in that exaggerated way cats do when they're pretending not to care. The blue book rested nearby, the red thread coiled neatly beside it. For a long moment, I simply looked at them, two small proofs of what had just happened, evidence that stories didn't end when you closed a door. I brewed tea again, though my hands trembled slightly as I poured. The familiar scent of bergamot calmed me. "For steadiness," I said aloud, half to the cat, half to the rain that still whispered against the glass. The rhythm of the drizzle was softer now, like breath through paper. I carried the tea to my desk, meaning to write down what had happened on the bridge. But before I could open the ledger, I noticed something odd. The lamp nearest the window flickered once, and in that dimming, a corner of parchment glowed faintly beneath it. I leaned closer. A letter folded, sealed, waiting, sat under the pool of light, as if it had always been there. The seal was red wax, stamped with the same emblem as the coin and the inkwell, a leaf crossed by rain. I hesitated. "Another message?" I asked the room. The cat's ear twitched in answer. I broke the seal carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper, thick and smooth, the ink slightly smudged as though written in haste. "To the Keeper of Rain, you crossed the bridge, as I once did. The path will call you again, but not for leaving, for remembering. The stories you've gathered are waiting to be named, each one a doorway. When you name them, the rain will know when to rest. Begin where the light is weakest. No signature, no date, but the handwriting. I knew it instantly. Eleanor's." The phrase echoed in my head. "Begin where the light is weakest." I looked around the shop, scanning each lamp, each corner. The farthest shelf near the back was almost lost in shadow. The bulb above it burned low, barely holding on. I carried the letter with me, heart steady but alert, and stopped at the edge of the light. Dust shimmered like gold dust when I disturbed the air. The shelf here was the oldest in the shop, filled with books no one had touched for decades. Old atlases, forgotten collections of poetry, journals whose bindings flaked at the edges. I ran my finger along the spines until one resisted, wedged tighter than the rest. When I tugged, it came free, with a small sigh as if grateful. The title was embossed in worn silver, Names for the Rain. I carried it to the counter and opened it. Every page was blank, not yellowed, not torn, just empty. A faint scent of lavender drifted from the paper. I recognized it at once. "She's still here," I said quietly. The cat jumped onto the counter, curling beside the open book. I touched the first page, half expecting it to stay blank, half afraid it wouldn't. Slowly, words began to appear, faint, like condensation on glass. Then darker, steadier. Story 1. The Gardener's Promise. Then another line formed beneath it, softer still. He waited not for spring, but for forgiveness. I flicked the page, breath catching. Story 2. The Umbrella Left Behind. Objects. Remember the hands that held them. Page after page, the titles continued to reveal themselves, each one a memory from these nights. The cobblestones, the letters, the tea, the bridge. Each story I'd lived was here, written without my hand, as if the rain itself had been keeping the record all along. When I reached the middle, I stopped. The ink had not yet formed, but faint outlines, ghostly shapes of words, not yet written, hovered just beneath the paper's surface. Waiting, the cat's tail brushed against my arm, urging me forward. I understood. This was the moment Eleanor had prepared. The book was unfinished, waiting for my part. I dipped my pen in ink, steadied my breath, and began to write. Story 11. The red scarf returns. Some colours never fade. They simply wait for the right light to be seen again. The words settled into the paper like rain into soil. My chest loosened as I wrote, the tension of countless unfinished stories unwinding one by one, page after page. I gave names to what I had witnessed. The cat under the table, ink on fingers, the book that never sells. With each title, the air around me warmed slightly, the lamps flickering brighter. When I reached the last page, I paused. Only one space remained, the final blank sheet, trembling faintly under my hand. I waited, unsure of what to call it. The rain outside seemed to lean closer, its rhythm soft but insistent. The cat lifted its head, eyes reflecting the lamp's glow. "All right," I said softly. "One more." I wrote the title slowly, the letters careful and deliberate. Story 22. The Letter Under the Lamp. And beneath it, even endings need light to find their beginning again. The moment the pen left the paper, the lamps flared once, bathing the entire room in warm gold. The book shivered beneath my hand, then stilled. The ink dried instantly. I closed it gently. The cover now bore a faint new inscription, one that hadn't been there before. My own name, followed by a date that hadn't yet come. I smiled. "So that's how it ends," I whispered, not with a door closing, but with one more story to tell. The cat purred, stretching beside the completed book. Outside, the rain slowed, then softened into silence. For the first time in weeks, the night held no rhythm, only peace. I placed the book beneath the lamp, exactly where I'd found the letter. The red thread lay beside it, curling like punctuation. Then, from somewhere deep within the shop, a faint sound rose, a heartbeat in wood, a sigh in the shelves, the sound of stories settling into rest. I turned off each lamp but one, leaving the light above the counter, glowing steady and low. "Good night, Eleanor," I said, "and thank you." The bell above the door chimed once, though no one entered, no one left. Just a soft, invisible acknowledgement from the rain. And then, at last, the light held still. It was sometime between midnight and morning when I woke to the faint creak of the front door. The lamps were still burning, soft and amber, casting long reflections across the wooden floor. The rain had returned, tapping lightly against the window panes. But it was not the rain that stirred me. It was the sound of footsteps, deliberate and slow, making their way across the shop. The cat lifted its head from the counter, ears pricked, but made no sound. I sat up in my chair, the blanket falling from my shoulders. "You could have knocked," I said, voice rough with sleep. "I didn't want to wake you," came the reply. The voice was familiar, though softer now, older perhaps, or maybe I was just hearing it differently. He stepped into the pool of light near the counter, hat in hand, coat glistening with rain. The stranger, the same one who had come months before, with stories folded in his pockets and silence in his eyes. "You found your way back," I said, "or perhaps the way found me." He smiled faintly. I was passing through. The rain insisted I stop. "That sounds like something it would do," I replied, standing and gesturing toward the kettle. "Tea?" As always, I busied myself at the stove, listening to the quiet rhythm of his breathing. The kettle began its low hum, a sound that always felt like the shop's heartbeat. "You look well," I said, pouring hot water into the pot. He shrugged. "I've been walking, a great deal of walking, but some paths are circular, it seems. They tend to be when they begin with rain." He chuckled softly at that. The cat jumped from the counter and circled his feet, tail high. He bent to scratch its head, and it purred instantly, an old friendship rekindled. "I see she's still on duty," he said. "She keeps me honest," I replied, and awake. When the tea was ready, I poured 2 cups and brought them to the table near the window. The light from the lamp pooled across the wood like melted gold. The stranger sat, his movements deliberate, as though remembering how to be still. For a time, we simply drank, saying nothing. Outside, the rain strengthened, then softened again, a living metronome measuring the pause between words. At last, he spoke. "You've been writing." I nodded toward the lamp, where names for the rain still rested. "She left it for me, or perhaps it left itself." He reached across the table, brushing his fingers lightly over the book's cover. "And you finished it." "I did." His smile deepened. "Then you've done what she couldn't." "No," I said. "She did it through me. I only gave her words a place to rest." He studied me for a long moment, as though seeing not just me, but the shelves, the lamps, the very rhythm of the shop within me. "Do you ever tire of carrying them all?" "Sometimes. But it's not a burden. It's continuity. Each story adds a beam to the roof, and when the roof is complete, then it will rain inside," I said. "And that will be all right too." He laughed quietly, eyes shining. "You always did have a poet's logic, or a bookseller's stubbornness." The kettle clicked softly as it cooled. The clock on the wall ticked louder than before, as if trying to count the moment. The stranger set his cup down. "Do you ever leave?" "Once," I said, "across the bridge." It led me to a doorway, but the door vanished before I reached it. "Ah," he murmured, "the rain's way of telling you there's still more to learn." "Do you know what was beyond it?" I asked. He shook his head. "No one does. Some doors open only when the story is ready to end." I frowned. "You make it sound final." "It isn't," he said softly, "but even stories that continue must pause. You've built a house for words, but sometimes you have to let them walk outside again." I glanced at the window. The rain had changed direction, moving sideways now, tapping against the glass like fingertips. "You sound like her," I said. "Eleanor." I nodded. "She said the same thing to me once." He said, years ago, before I left for the coast, told me to keep walking until I heard silence loud enough to write in. Did you? He smiled. I think I just did. The cat jumped onto his lap, curling instantly. He stroked it absently, gaze far away. I've read the book, he said suddenly. The one you finished. I found a copy in another city. I blinked. That's impossible. There's only one. Perhaps, he said, but I opened it, and there it was. The gardener, the umbrella, the tea, all of it. Even the red scarf. My pulse quickened. Then it travelled. Stories do, he said. Even the ones bound to a single desk. I didn't know what to say. The rain had stopped, replaced by the slow drip of water from the eaves. The shop felt both vast and small, a lantern in the belly of the night. I think you should see something, he said. From his coat, he drew a folded page. The edges were frayed, the ink pale with age. I found this inside the book. He unfolded it carefully. It was a letter, Eleanor's hand, unmistakable. If he ever finishes it, tell him not to close the shop. There's always one more listener, and they'll arrive before dawn. He slid it across the table. It seemed she was right again. I stared at the letter, throat tight. The words glowed faintly in the lamplight. So you're the messenger, I said. He shook his head. Just another listener. The cat leapt down, brushing against my leg before padding to the window. It meowed once, low and deliberate. I followed its gaze. Outside, through the glass blurred with condensation, a faint glow approached, dim at first, then growing clearer. A figure holding a lantern was walking slowly down Autumn Street toward the shop. The stranger rose, putting on his hat. That'll be them. You're leaving? He nodded. My story's finished here, but yours isn't. He paused at the door, the bell trembling, faintly above his head. When they come in, he said, pour 2 cups of tea. They'll need warmth before words. Who are they? He smiled, eyes kind. The next reader. They always arrive before dawn. Then he stepped into the mist. The bell sang once and fell silent. I watched from the doorway as he disappeared into the fading rain. The lantern outside grew brighter, nearer. I could see now it was a young boy, no older than 10. Clutching the light in both hands, he paused at the window, peering in with wide eyes. The cat sat upright beside me, tail flicking once, as if to say, this is how it continues. I opened the door. Come in, I said gently. You must be cold. He nodded, stepping into the warmth, his shoes dripping on the floor. His gaze darted to the shelves, the lamps, the books. It smells like stories, he whispered. It is stories, I said, smiling. Sit. I'll make tea. Outside, dawn was beginning to lift the edges of the sky, the first pale light bending through the clouds. Inside, the lamps burned steady, golden, patient. The rain began again, soft, welcoming, eternal, and somewhere in the shelves behind me, a new page turned itself. He sat quietly at the table, both hands cupped around the steaming tea I had poured for him. The boy's hair was damp and clung to his forehead. His jacket looked too thin for the hour. He stared at the shelves with the reverence of someone who had just stepped inside a cathedral built of paper and rain. It's warm, he said at last, blowing gently over the cup. His voice trembled, but not from cold, more from the effort of speaking softly enough not to disturb the air. Tea always is, I replied, taking the seat across from him. Especially when it's the first cup of the morning. He nodded, glancing toward the window where dawn was still an uncertain grey. The man said you'd be here. My pulse slowed.
What man?
The one with the coin, he said. He met me by the bridge, gave me this. From his pocket, he drew out the same coin I had once handed to the stranger, leaf crossed by rain, edges worn smooth. I stared at it, the metal catching the light from the lamp. He said, the boy continued, that if I followed the sound of water, I'd find a place that listens. I smiled, a small ache blooming behind the ribs. And you did. The cat jumped onto the counter then, landing soundlessly. Its tail swayed like punctuation. The boy's eyes widened. You have a cat. She has me, I corrected. He laughed, a bright sound that broke the quiet beautifully. She looks like the one from my grandmother's stories. What stories were those? He hesitated, fingers tracing the rim of his cup. The ones about a shop that glowed when it rained. She said people used to come here to rest. I thought she was making it up. I leaned back, watching him. What was your grandmother's name? Clara, he said. Clara Rivera. The name struck a chord deep inside me. She was a listener, I murmured, a long time ago. He blinked. You knew her? I read to her once, I said, before you were born, perhaps before your parents were. He smiled in disbelief, but said nothing. The cat purred, rubbing against his leg, as if confirming the truth of it. Outside, the light began to shift, threading pale gold into the grey. The shelves caught it, each spine along the wall glowing briefly, as though every book had exhaled at once. The boy noticed it too. Why do they shine? He whispered. They remember being read, I said. When morning comes, they give a little of the night back. He stood, walking slowly toward the far shelf, the one where the oldest books lived, those with titles half erased and pages soft as breath. The light followed him, gathering in quiet halos. He ran a hand over the nearest spine. Do they talk? Sometimes, I said, if the rain has been kind. He turned back toward me, eyes wide with wonder. Then maybe I can hear them. I nodded. Try. He closed his eyes, pressing his ear gently to the shelf. The cat sat beside him, tail curled neatly around its paws. For a few heartbeats, the room held only the sound of distant rain. Then the boy gasped softly. I heard something. What did it say? He frowned, thinking. It said my name. I felt the air shift, warm and charged. That means the story has chosen you, I said. But I can't read everything, he said quickly. There are too many books. You don't have to, I said. You only need to listen to the one that calls you. He turned to face the shelf again, scanning the spines until his gaze landed on one near the center. The book was thin, bound in faded blue cloth, its corners frayed. He reached for it, hesitating. This one's glowing. Then that's the one. He pulled it free carefully, bringing it to the table. The cover bore no title, only faint impressions where letters might once have been. He opened it to the first page. There was writing, but not in ink, more like shadows pressed into the paper itself. A ghost of words. Slowly, as the boy breathed, the letters began to fill with light, forming a sentence. To the one who comes before dawn, welcome home. His eyes widened. It knows I'm here. Of course it does, I said softly. Stories travel faster than footsteps. He read the next line aloud, his voice steady despite the tremor of awe. Every keeper must find their listener. Every listener must one day read aloud. He looked up. It's for you, isn't it? For both of us, I said. I think this is how the stories pass on. He smiled, uncertain but brave. Then I'll read, he continued, the words forming as he spoke. The rainkeeper grew old, but his stories never did. Each night, he read to the rain until the pages themselves began to sing. One morning, when the rain was gentle and the lamps were kind, the child arrived carrying the next light. He stopped. That's me. I nodded. Yes, and it's true. He turned the page. It was blank, save for a single faint shimmer waiting beneath the surface. I handed him my pen. Finish it. He hesitated. But what should I write? Whatever the rain tells you, I said. He dipped the pen carefully, holding it with both hands. The cat leapt onto the chair beside him, watching. After a moment, he wrote, and the story began again. The ink shimmered once and dried instantly. The lamps flickered, then steadied. The air felt lighter, as if something vast had just taken its first breath. He looked at me, unsure. Did I do it right? I smiled. Perfectly. He grinned, proud and shy, all at once. The cat brushed against him, purring in approval. The clock struck 6. Pale sunlight had begun to creep along the windowsill. Outside, the rain had thinned to mist, each drop catching the light like dust made of memory. You should go home, I said gently. They'll worry. He shook his head. Can I come back? Always, I said. This place keeps its doors open for listeners. He stood, clutching the blue book to his chest. I'll bring another story next time, he promised. I'll have the tea ready, I said. He smiled, gave a small nod, and stepped into the soft morning. The bell rang once, bright and clean, then quieted. I watched through the window as he crossed the street, the mist curling around him like an unfinished sentence. When the sound of his footsteps faded, I turned back to the shelf. The place where he'd found the book now glowed faintly, a steady thread of gold woven into the wood. The cat leapt onto the table, tail flicking once, and looked at me with those knowing eyes. Yes, I said softly. The story begins again. Outside, the day broke fully open, and the rain gave way to light. For the first time in what felt like years, I woke to silence. Not the gentle drumming of rain on the window panes, not the low hum of thunder beyond the rooftops, just silence. It was almost unnerving in its purity. The air was still, and the shop felt suspended between breaths, as though the whole world were holding its voice. The lamps had burned themselves out some time after dawn, leaving only the natural light that spilled in through the wide front window. It was softer than I remembered, almost golden. The cat was asleep on the counter, paws curled neatly beneath her chest, tail twitching every now and then, as if she dreamed of raindrops. For a long time, I didn't move. I sat in the chair by the window, wrapped in the same old blanket, watching dust drift in the beams of morning. It looked like rain caught mid-air, frozen in time. My hands itched for the weight of a cup, so I rose and made tea. The kettle, once my metronome for thought, seemed oddly loud in the quiet. As it boiled, I noticed something peculiar. The shelves no longer hummed. Usually the shop itself had a sound, soft vibrations of pages shifting, of whispers caught between bindings. But today, nothing. It was as though the stories were sleeping. "Is this peace?" I asked aloud. The question hung unanswered. The cat stretched, yawned, and jumped onto the floor. She padded to the door, tail held high, and looked back at me as if to say, "Come and see." "All right," I said. I opened the door. Outside, Autumn Street glowed beneath a sky rinsed clean. The cobblestones shimmered with leftover puddles, each reflecting the morning light like fragments of mirror. A faint scent of earth and rain lingered, but the air was different, clearer, newer. Across the way, the bridge stood calm, no longer veiled in fog. The canal beneath it reflected the world perfectly, like a second sky. For once, the city sounded awake. Footsteps in the distance, the rattle of a bicycle bell, laughter somewhere unseen. I stepped outside. The bell above the door gave a cheerful ring, a brighter tone than I'd ever heard from it. "Strange day," I murmured to the cat, who had followed me out. She blinked up, unimpressed. I walked to the middle of the street. The light fell on the shop's sign. Letters faded, but legible. Autumn Street Bookshop. Words for weathered souls. I smiled. I hadn't looked at it in months. The paint was chipped, but the words still held. The air carried a warmth that had nothing to do with the sun. I could feel it in my chest, in my fingertips. Something had settled. The kind of quiet that arrives after a long song has found its final note. I turned toward the bridge. It called to me, not as it once had, but gently, like an old friend waving from across the street. I crossed slowly, umbrella in hand, though it wasn't needed. The cat followed halfway, then sat on the nearest stone post, content to watch. At the bridge's center, I stopped. The canal below was glass, smooth and certain. I leaned over the railing, and for a moment it felt like looking down into memory. The ripples of all my nights seemed to move beneath the surface. The umbrella, the stranger, Eleanor, the woman with the red scarf, the boy with the light, all of them shimmered there, woven into the water's calm. "You're all still here," I whispered. A breeze stirred, gentle but deliberate. It moved through the trees, across the rooftops, through the umbrella in my hand, and then into the canal, breaking the reflection, just enough for light to ripple. For a heartbeat, it almost sounded like applause. I smiled. "You can rest now," I said softly. "The stories are safe." When I returned to the shop, it felt different. Not emptier, not older, just still. The air carried the scent of new pages. Though none had arrived, I placed the umbrella back by the door, noticing that the fabric no longer shimmered with hidden words. It was just an umbrella again, an honest, ordinary thing. The kettle whistled faintly from the back room. I poured another cup of tea, savouring the familiar warmth in my hands. I took it to the counter and sat beside the blue book. Its cover was cool to the touch, the pages faintly illuminated by sunlight. When I opened it, the writing was the same, but one new line had appeared at the very end. "Lorraine has finished listening," I exhaled. Then, "It's my turn," I said. I took up my pen and wrote beneath it, "But the keeper will keep reading, even without the storm." As soon as the ink dried, the book gave a quiet sigh, like the release of tension held too long. The cat leapt onto the counter, settling beside it. I reached over and stroked her fur. "It seems we're off duty, old friend." She purred, half asleep. tail flicking in agreement. Hours passed unnoticed. The sunlight drifted across the floor, climbing from the doorway to the shelves, gilding every title it touched. Without the rain's song, the shop's heartbeat was slower but steady. Around noon, the bell above the door chimed once, a gentle sound, hesitant, as if testing whether it still could. I looked up. The woman with the red scarf stood there, smiling. The scarf was dry now, tied loosely around her neck. Behind her, the street shimmered with warmth. "I wasn't sure you'd still be here," she said. "I wasn't sure the rain would let you find me again," I replied. She stepped inside, the light following her. "I thought I'd bring you something." From her bag, she drew a small folded piece of paper and handed it to me. Inside was a single pressed leaf, its veins outlined in silver ink, and beneath it 3 words, "For the next keeper." I looked up, but she was already at the door again, scarf fluttering in the breeze. "Goodbye?" I asked. "For now," she said. "Stories don't end. Remember, they rest." And then she was gone, walking toward the bridge, her figure soon lost to the brightness. I placed the leaf inside the blue book, marking its final page. Then I closed it, gently, reverently. The cat stretched, the bell above the door gave one last soft chime, and the morning held steady. No rain, no wind, no ghosts, just light, and the promise of more stories to come. I lifted my cup, now lukewarm, and whispered, "For whoever reads next." The silence, patient and kind, answered back. That evening, the city seemed to pause between seasons. The warmth of late autumn lingered in the air, but the faint scent of winter had begun to slip through the cracks in the cobblestones. The sky glowed a dim, burnished copper, the kind of twilight that doesn't fade so much as sigh. I sat behind the counter of the shop, my tea cooling beside me, a cat purring faintly against my leg. The rain hadn't returned. The quiet, once foreign, now felt like an old melody rediscovered. Without its rhythm, the shop seemed to breathe differently, each creak of wood a slow exhalation. The lamps hummed softly, their light less amber, more honey, warm, unhurried, domestic. For the first time in years, it truly felt like evening. I reached for the blue book. Its cover, though worn, carried a strange vitality, as if the words within had begun to pulse faintly with life of their own. The silver lettering caught the lamplight. Names for the rain. When I opened it, the first page had changed again. Beneath the list of stories, a final note had appeared in handwriting. Not quite mine, not quite Eleanor's. When the keeper writes his last word, the lamps will rest. The story continues in silence, which is only another kind of listening. I traced the words with a fingertip. The ink was dry, but the letters felt warm, as if they'd only just settled. "You always know how to end things," I whispered. The cat blinked slowly, as if agreeing. I stood, crossed to the front window, and looked out at Autumn Street. The puddles had finally disappeared. The bridge in the distance stood stark against the fading sky, its stones dry for the first time in memory. A shop across the street was closing for the night. Its owner, a woman I'd never met, pulled down the awning with practiced ease. She looked up once, saw me watching, and nodded politely before disappearing inside. It struck me how the world beyond this little shop had continued all along, while I had been living between lamps and rain. Yet somehow, Everything now seemed connected. Her small gesture, the bridge, the light, the silence, every detail, part of a larger sentence, written in the quiet grammar of time. I turned back toward the shelves. Each book seemed more vivid now, their colors richer, their spines straighter. Perhaps they had been waiting for the stillness. The umbrella by the door leaned where it always had. Ordinary once more, no shimmer of words. I liked it better that way. I poured another cup of tea, habit more than thirst, and carried it to the center table. I set out 2 cups again, as always, though I knew no one would come tonight. It felt wrong to break the ritual. The steam rose, carrying the faint fragrance of bergamot through the air. The cat leapt up beside me and sniffed the rim of the empty cup, then settled down, her tail wrapping around her paws. "You've been patient," I said. "All these nights, all those stories." Her eyes reflected the lamp's glow. "You should know," I continued. "I think this is the last one." She tilted her head, unimpressed. "Well, maybe not last, exactly." I said, "Just the end of one chapter." The shop seemed to approve. The walls gave a gentle creak, like an old friend shifting in comfort. I opened the ledger, the same one I'd used to record the night's events for years. Only one page remained blank. The pen felt heavier than usual as I dipped it into ink. Tonight, the lamps glow for themselves. The rain is resting, and so is the keeper. The stories have found new listeners. A boy with light in his hands, a woman with a red scarf, a cat who keeps time. Perhaps they always belonged to them. Perhaps the keeper was only their echo. I paused, letting the ink dry. Still, I will keep the door unlocked. The bell must have a reason to ring, even if it waits years to do so. Some stories take longer to find their way home. I signed my name beneath the final line, then closed the ledger with a sound that felt both final and kind. The cat stretched, jumped to the floor, and padded toward the window. I followed. Outside, the first snow of the season had begun to fall. Not a storm, not even a flurry, just a quiet dusting of white that caught in the corners of the cobblestones and glowed in the lamplight. "It seems the rain learned a new language," I said. She purred, pressing against my leg. Snowflakes collected on the window pane, melting instantly. The city had quieted, as if listening for something just beyond hearing. I reached up and turned off one of the lamps. The glow dimmed gently obediently. I turned off another, then another, until only the one above the counter remained. The shadows stretched long, soft, familiar. I poured what was left of the tea into the sink and rinsed the cups. The cat jumped onto the stool beside the counter, watching every movement as if memorizing it. When everything was in order, I took the blue book, now closed, and placed it in the front window where it could catch the light. I tied the red thread around it, not too tight, just enough. The single remaining lamp flickered once, then steadied. I stood beneath it, feeling the warmth on my face. "Good night," I said, to no one and to everyone. The clock struck once. The lamp dimmed. The cat blinked, curled into her bed, and purred, a soft, continuous sound, like the whisper of pages turning somewhere just out of sight. I reached for the final switch. The air smelled faintly of paper, dust, and something sweeter, like the memory of rain. "Sleep well," I whispered. And then, as the last lamp went quiet, a single snowflake landed on the glass of the window, perfectly round, perfectly still, It stayed there longer than it should have, glowing faintly in the dark. When it melted, the water traced the shape of a word I couldn't quite read, something between listen and remember, perhaps both.